Becoming the face of a continent wasn't something anyone could achieve by being popular. The requirements were way too high. Silverwing Media's high-level executives once again glanced at Fang Zhao. Now that they were looking at him, Fang Zhao didn't seem capable of competing with those popular teen idols in terms of looks, but he seemed just right. There wasn't any negative news about him. In the end, this endorsement fell to Fang Zhao. Whatever the reason was, Fang Zhao was going to endorse safe and peaceful Yanzhou. An endorsement of this level was amazing news for Silverwing. The various senior executives now eyed Fang Zhao like he was a golden goose. Not bad, not bad. Very good. Fang Zhao, do you lack personnel at your side? A deputy director smiled warmly and patted Fang Zhao's shoulder. He recalled that Fang Zhao didn't keep many people by his side. How about I arrange for you to have a few more? They are all professional and can handle domestic services, makeup, styling and other stuff. You won't have to worry about anything else and can just focus on coordinating with the relevant departments. Fang Zhao also didn't reject the kind intentions of the various senior executives. He didn't have experience being the main subject of an endorsement before. These senior executives would probably make reasonable arrangements. Fang Zhao left with 2 assistants, a makeup artist and 2 stylists. In the parking garage, Nanfeng was all smiles after finding out that Fang Zhao would be accepting the Safe and Peaceful Yanzhou campaign endorsement. However, the smile on Nanfeng's face disappeared very quickly. His good mood was ruined when he saw the handful of people following behind Fang Zhao. He could sense they were of the same industry. Nanfeng was worried. Why are there so many extra people after a trip upstairs? Am I not enough? Is the boss dissatisfied with me? Nanfeng seriously pondered about his recent work. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Fang Zhao walked over and introduced those behind him to Nanfeng. Nanfeng acknowledged them and faked a smile. Oh. Looks like we are all going to be colleagues for this upcoming period. The newly assigned group also feigned enthusiasm, but their tone implied, first, we are directly assigned here by the big bosses. Secondly, we are professional elites that are indispensable, unlike you salted fish. Fang Zhao paid no heed to them crossing swords. He had just received an electronic file sent by the Yanzhou Public Safety Bureau liaison. On it was a brief outline of the upcoming campaign. Fang Zhao had some idea as to why he had received the Safe and Peaceful Yanzhou endorsement, but he hadn't told the Silverwing senior management. After leaving Silverwing, Fang Zhao went to the Yanzhou Public Safety Bureau to sign a formal agreement. There would be a shoot on the next day. Fang Zhao's short trip to Silverwing had been watched by many company employees. Therefore, everyone found out really quickly that Fang Zhao had met with the senior management at the top floor and left with 5 additional personnel. These 5 were considered the company's top-notch deployment personnel. Now that they had been assigned to Fang Zhao, it was clear what the senior management stance was. Being able to make the senior management part with such personnel surely meant that something big was brewing. The company had so many artistes. There were some that were popular only on their home continent and struggled globally. Only very few could become popular globally. Fang Zhao was one of these. The company has already launched its strategy. Fang Zhao is at the core of the company's development. With his global reputation, the company would surely grant him important resources. Aren't they trying to raise their global ranking? But, I also haven't heard which global luxury brand has collaborated with Fang Zhao yet. Silverwing personnel discussed in private and made inquiries but still never received precise information. The senior management was tight-lipped, and nothing was revealed. The longer this continued, the more speculation flew around. Silverwing senior management was extremely serious now. Nothing was divulged, no matter who was asking. Everything would come to light in due time. They couldn't use their normal operation procedures because of this. This was the first time they encountered a main subject endorsement of this magnitude, and they didn't want to mess it up. Some days later, Silver Wing had yet another senior management meeting. After the meeting ended, the atmosphere in the meeting room lightened considerably. The important high-level executives didn't leave and spoke about Fang Zhao. Director Duan, how are things on Fang Zhao's end? How many promotional videos have been shot? When can they be released? Any information on publicity details yet? We have to pay close attention to Fang Zhao so that the company can handle any problems should they arise. Director Duan, could you ask if he requires additional bodyguards? As they didn't know whether Fang Zhao was busy, Duan Qianji directly contacted one of the newly assigned assistants. Generally, she would contact this assistant to find out about developments on Fang Zhao's end. When the call connected and the display appeared, the smiles of the senior executives all disappeared. Where is Fang Zhao? Duan Qianji asked expressionlessly. He's shooting a promotional video, one of the assistants replied, trembling. Duan Qianji eyed the group of 5 in the video call. So, all of you are gathered together leisurely to have tea. On the screen, the 5 who had been newly assigned to help Fang Zhao were seated around a small table that was topped with refreshments and tea. It appeared to be a very relaxed setting. The makeup artist seated beside the assistant felt they were being misunderstood. Director Duan, we really aren't slacking off. The manager said we are too commercialized and not specialized enough for their requirements. She continued, after the inspection, my makeup kit was taken. They said I wasn't allowed to bring it in. The others also aired their own difficulties. They had also wanted to use this opportunity to perform but hadn't even received a chance. In the previous shoot, they had still been able to watch from the side. For today's shoot, they weren't even allowed to enter the building. Duan Qianji was silent for a bit before she asked, what about Fang Zhao's assistant and bodyguards? Were they also stopped outside along with the few of you? No, Fang Zhao's assistant and bodyguard were sent to look after the dog. Fang Zhao's dog also had a filming assignment today, one of the newly assigned assistants complained. Why does Fang Zhao's dog also have a filming assignment? A deputy director asked. This was a main subject promotional campaign. Could a pet dog participate in filming as a side character? If Fang Zhao's pet dog can take part in the shoots, can we also do the same? Maybe we can squeeze in a few more people. It'll be good enough even if they're in the background, another deputy director chimed in. This suggestion was met with the approval of the other senior executives. This type of opportunity was too rare. They definitely wanted to squeeze more of their own people in, even if their faces were shown for only a moment. The assistant at the edge of the screen timidly interrupted the discussion of these senior executives. That dog cannot be compared to. It has meritorious service awards, second class. All the Silver Wing senior executives fell silent instantly. It really was incomparable. Elsewhere. Today, Fang Zhao was required for filming at a designated location inside an airport. There was a lot to be filmed, and the workload was heavy. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wasn't the only one in the video shoot. Curly Hair also had a filming assignment. Nan Feng had even arranged for a massage and grooming package for Curly Hair last night. If Fang Zhao hadn't stopped him, Nan Feng had even wanted to have someone trim Curly Hair's fur. Since Nan Feng and the 2 bodyguards were looking after Curly Hair, neither of them were with Fang Zhao's shoot. However, moments after entering the airport, Curly Hair lay down in front of a store selling personal terminals and refused to budge. He stared passionately at the displays as tears started welling in his eyes. He whimpered pitifully as if he was missing something. Yen Biao and Zuiyu squatted down at his side and tried persuading him gently. They didn't dare put any strength when tugging on the leash. Nan Feng had already walked on ahead. When he turned and noticed nobody was with him, he rushed over to Curly Hair and picked him up. Curly Hair struggled and whined. Yen Biao and Zuiyu turned pale from fright. They broke out in cold sweat every time they saw Nanfeng carry the dog like this. Nanfeng turned around and tried to shove curly hair into Yan Biao's arms. Just carry him there. We are in a rush. Yan Biao backed away with a rigid expression. Nanfeng? What the hell is wrong with him? Nanfeng glanced at Suiyu. Suiyu took a step back too and shook his head vigorously. Nanfeng was displeased. Not only were their working attitudes not up to scratch, they lacked awareness too. Stop causing trouble, you guys. Nanfeng then forcefully shoved curly hair into Yan Biao's arms. I still have to handle matters. You two best bring curly hair along and keep up. I am very busy, do you think I'm as idle as you two? Having said that, Nanfeng picked up the pace and strode towards Fang Zhao. He needed to appear more often in front of the boss to demonstrate his importance. He couldn't allow the newly assigned support team to usurp him. Nanfeng didn't really pay any attention to curly hair and naturally didn't realize that Yan Biao was holding curly hair like a bomb. They eventually made their way over to Fang Zhao. Meanwhile, the first promotional video of Safe and Peaceful Yenzhou had already started screening in the various major movie theaters in Yenzhou. Inside the largest movie theater in downtown Qian. Hurry, hurry, the movie is about to start. What's the rush? There are still commercials. Moviegoers armed with snacks and drinks had already gotten in place. Some chatted, while others browsed the internet. There were some who went on their social media. They intended to update their statuses with their thoughts while watching the movie. Raucous sounds of a commercial died, and an uplifting melody filled the air. The people in the audience thought the movie was starting. They stopped whatever they were doing and raised their heads to see Fang Zhao's face appear on the screen. Audiences. Ack. Someone sucking on his drink absent-mindedly choked. Popcorn was nearly sent flying from those who were stuffing their mouths. The quiet movie theater immediately erupted. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao acted in this movie. I don't remember him being in the cast. A commercial? It doesn't seem like it. This clip seems too serious for a commercial. It's here. After leaving the esports scene, our music god is finally in a new movie. Discussions erupted inside the movie theater. Then, the person on the screen continued in a serious manner. Enhance cybersecurity with healthy and civilized internet usage. Greetings Yenzhou, safe and peaceful Yenzhou. Afterwards, the simplified text of the Internet Safety Law appeared on the screen. The text grew larger. It turned bold. The red stamp of the Yenzhou Public Safety Bureau appeared beneath. The audience. What new profession has Fang Zhao gotten into this time? Many people turned on their personal terminals at the same time. Is the movie really starting now? Don't panic. Let me send out this important information first. Everyone was astonished from the sudden public service announcement and Fang Zhao's appearance. They really weren't accustomed to seeing Fang Zhao's righteous face on a cinema screen. Did something big happen recently? Was there another internet cleansing? Not necessarily. But, from the official stamp, it definitely means something is happening. I'm not interested in any of that though. I just want to know why Fang Zhao was chosen for this publicity campaign. He has widespread global popularity. Of course, perhaps the rumors that Fang Zhao has some mysterious backer is true. A certain critic posted, I feel that selecting Fang Zhao to endorse this sort of publicity campaign is a very wise choice given his current reputation, clean slate and firm political background. I reckon they have a fancy for Fang Zhao's unique temperament. When he doesn't smile, he has the solemn look of an old veteran. When he does, elders love his adorable look. Is this praise or mocking? Doesn't this describe him as old? That's right. Fang Zhao is a fresh face on the scene, but that doesn't fully capture his worth. It's a pity that that face isn't super good looking. Rubbish. Fang Zhao might not be as handsome as other idols, but he isn't bad-looking. He has an affinity with audiences, and his role in Founding Era is still fondly remembered by everyone. Isn't this way stronger than those good-looking but forgettable people? My mom just loves that righteous and cultured face of his. Fine, Fang Zhao belongs to a different sort of attractiveness index. Let's analyze a little. Fang Zhao has only acted in one role. Wait, is Fang Zhao still acting now? It doesn't seem like he acts. He specializes in music. Wait a minute, didn't he make his name in esports? While the internet was abuzz with discussions about whether Fang Zhao was returning to acting, at Yenzhou Airport, people were queuing up to pass through a security check. Some were chatting with their companions, while others were engrossed in their personal terminals, either surfing the internet or messaging friends and family. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from ahead. Whoa! Fang Zhao! Where? Those going through security checks dropped whatever they were doing and craned their heads, looking in all directions. It was said that celebrity encounters were quite a frequent occurrence in airports. Could they finally be encountering one for the first time? After that, everyone's gazes fell onto the numerous large screens at the side. The safety protocol and informative video had been replaced. Right now, the screens showed a safety informational video Fang Zhao had shot for the Public Safety Bureau. Fang Zhao talked about prohibited items on aircraft and spacecraft, the safety screening, and the boarding procedures. There was also a segment on spaceport security screening, starring Curly Hair. A curly hair decked in a spaceport inspection uniform appeared on screen. Since the Interplanetary Fund already knew of Curly Hair's identity, there wasn't any need for him to be hidden as tightly as in the past. Therefore, in the filming, instead of a dog tag around his neck, Curly Hair wore a meritorious service medal. However, most people didn't notice the medal around Curly Hair's neck. Instead, their attention was all on Fang Zhao. The heck? What's this? It's not a merchandise endorsement but a continent-wide airport publicity campaign. *T, totally awesome man. At the same time, a safety briefing video was being shown on aircraft and spacecraft that were set for takeoff. This video would tell passengers things to take note of, safety rules that needed to be complied to as well as emergency measures to take in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. It would still take a while before actual takeoff, and the safety briefing video for spacecrafts was longer than the one in aircrafts. Thus, other than first-time passengers, most passengers were doing their own thing. Of course, this didn't mean that everyone remembered all the information in the video. Most people were just impatiently waiting for the video to end. Passenger, how dull, I ain't listening to that. Flight crew, please pay close attention to. Passenger, too long, ain't watching. Flight crew, and let Fang Zhao show. Passenger. Who? Who did you just say it was? The passengers immediately perked up and looked towards the screens in front of their seats. Those wearing headphones were notified by their companions. On the screen, Fang Zhao was currently demonstrating how to use a life vest. Many passengers stared at the screen with their eyes wide open, refusing to blink. Hey, it really is Fang Zhao. This can also be done. At this very time, similar events were happening all over Yenzhou. Regardless of land, sea, air, or space travel, all public safety and informational videos starred Fang Zhao. Curly Hair didn't just appear in the spaceport segment. After making a guest appearance as an inspection dog, he made guest appearances as a guide dog, search and rescue dog and other roles, in coordination with Fang Zhao's public safety videos. In just a short while, topics regarding Fang Zhao erupted both online and in real life. Of course, for Fang Zhao's haters, this was simply torture. On public transport, Fang Zhao was there. On ships, Fang Zhao was there too. On flights, Fang Zhao was still there. Even self-driving navigation featured Fang Zhao's voice in a traffic safety broadcast. Arg. My eyes are going blind soon. Why is it him everywhere? I just had an argument with his fans not too long. It's like I'm being slapped in the face repeatedly. I feel something big is about to happen. Without the slightest bit of warning, we are suddenly suffering an all-out counterattack from him. Either he's gathering the strength of everyone in Yenzhou, or something big indeed is about to happen. The possibility of the former isn't high. It is most likely the latter. Everyone, let's first calm down and cease our arguments. We need a better understanding of the overall picture. Is there any insider news? Has anyone leaked anything? While everyone was making all sorts of guesses, Fang Zhao had returned home to rest. He was currently assigning duties to Nanfeng and the others. Nanfeng took this rest period to give Fang Zhao a suggestion. Boss, a few reputable collectors just made contact requesting a collaboration. However, I feel that matters pertaining to the fossil should be handled cautiously. With your current fame, you don't have to accommodate them at all. The Poseidonsaur fossil is very precious. If it is moved around all the time, what would we do if someone steals or swaps out a bone? Boss, it is time to open a private collection hall. I have compiled a list of the suitable locations. Do you want to take a look? Fang Zhao glanced over and shook his head. Let's wait a while more. Understood, boss. Nanfeng felt like it was currently a good time to buy. Land was growing ever more scarce and quickly becoming difficult or impossible to purchase. Already, only a few stories could be bought or rented. Nanfeng had taken a fancy to a few floors he had checked out. These floors could even experience at least 5 hours of sunlight a day. Black streets were everywhere now. Being able to have 5 hours of direct sunlight was already very rare. It was expensive, but such good spots would be taken if they continued waiting. However, since the boss had said to wait, Nanfeng could only comply. Nanfeng was sighing to himself when he heard Fang Zhao say, "These locations are all too small. There isn't enough space." Nanfeng? Too small. It isn't small. The spaces are big enough to fit a Poisdinosaur fossil exhibit. It's definitely enough. Unless boss really plans to purchase land and build from scratch. That's impossible. No one sells land anymore. Those with land would rather construct apartments rather than private collection halls. We can't compare with those museums that were built 400 to 500 years ago. Fang Zhao knew what Nanfeng was thinking, but he didn't explain his thoughts. There were some things that weren't convenient for him to say. However, Nanfeng wouldn't have long to wait. The success of the new generation of warp engines would greatly shorten the costs and durations of spaceflight between planets. After the final tests were successful, it would truly be an era of planetary immigration and the beginning of a new epoch. Over on Earth, there would be changes regarding the regulations of land. Some days later, Fang Zhao received an encrypted text from the Interplanetary Fund's authoritative figure. The new epoch is starting. The new generation of warp engines were already being manufactured, tested, and installed. Numerous spacecraft equipped with the new generation warp engines would soon be commissioned by the military. This news would be announced tomorrow. At 9 in the morning, Yenzhou office workers were already commuting to their workplaces. In contrast, it was time to rest for close to half of the inhabitants in the lower levels of the black streets. Business at night was better for shops in the black streets, and many were already used to this nocturnal lifestyle. Of course, for the other half of Black Street inhabitants, today was just like any other ordinary day as they got ready for work. In an apartment on the lower floors, a youngster casually ruffled his hair, put on wrinkled pajamas and rubbed his face casually. He turned on the live streaming platform and started today's stream with his just out of bed look. Hey everyone, it's me, lowly little worm. A new day is a humble new beginning. Lowly Little Worm was a home-style live stream host. His streams didn't have a central theme. He just did whatever he felt like and commented on random topics without any depth. The stream was very ordinary. When he got lazy, he would even take a nap on stream. In his own words, "I am but one of countless lowly black street inhabitants always at the bottom of all these colossal skyscrapers where we never experience any sunlight." Since he didn't have much fame, the revenue his live stream earned was barely enough to get by. His friends and family had suggested him to change to a different type of streaming. His current unorganized approach didn't have many future prospects. But, Little Worm felt that this was his style. "It's not easy to find success even if I change. I'm just passing time anyways, it's more relaxing this way." There weren't many viewers in his chat. His viewers were already used to his lowly introduction and were prepared to view yet another lowly day in Little Worm's life. Just as before, Little Worm browsed through the news and casually remarked on its contents. Suddenly, Little Worm's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had just won billions in the lottery. He shot up and bounced around in glee. To his online audience, it seemed like Little Worm was performing a passionate pantomime. There were many questions in his chat. Little Worm regained his composure and said with a shaky voice, "Please forgive me for being incapable of controlling my lowly excitement." The seemingly out-of-sorts Little Worm wiped the snot from his nose and continued with his still shaky voice, *cough, then, let me first play Fang Zhao's Chasing Wind to set up the mood. His audience. Whose song did you say you were going to play? WTF. What is this worm doing? Didn't he blacklist Fang Zhao's works because they didn't fit his casual style? Who gave you the courage to listen to Fang Zhao? Is that something people like us should listen to? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The person who lives by the mantra, "Messy is beautiful," just combed his hair. Did Worm have too much to drink? They took a closer look at the music playlist that had just popped up. Chasing Wind. Splendor. The Power of Life. There's even the fourth movement from the Period of Destruction series. Such a deranged playlist. What is he playing at? What kind of blow has he suffered? It's happened. Congratulations, the host has successfully become delusional. He washed and tidied up. He must be going on a date. That doesn't seem right. Why would he play Fang Zhao's songs if he's got a date? It doesn't add up. Come back, Little Worm. Can't we just listen to simple stuff like Blackened Street or Degenerate Boy? Fang Zhao's songs don't fit this stream. However, Little Worm's excitement couldn't be stopped. He paid no heed to his viewers' comments. A lowly person like me. My dreams have become reality. How long I have waited. The new generation of warp engines is finally complete. The new generation of warp engines will greatly improve the efficiency of interplanetary space travel, decrease travel time and reduce costs. Most importantly, the large spacecraft for outer space immigration will finally be open for ordinary people. Thank you, God. Thank you, second-generation warp engine. I can finally afford a flight ticket. Little Worm shared the news he had just seen with his online audience. Some viewers went to the Outer Space Immigration Plan star map web page that hadn't been updated for many years. Now, one planet on the development sequence was finally lit up. According to the official source, the emblem of this planet was a sunflower, symbolizing light, optimism and courage. This would be the first stem of the Outer Space Immigration Plan. It would also be the first planet open for large-scale immigration. Applications for the Outer Space Immigration Plan will be accepted starting today. Applications will take 6 months to process. Applicants passing the audit will immigrate in batches. Financial assistance will be available for those who need it. Successful applicants would be entitled to compensation. The government welfare programs ensured that immigrants would lead successful lives. It was way better than living in the black streets that never got to see much sunlight. And it was a land filled with opportunity. Of course, the audit process was also very strict. Everyone immediately dropped everything to read the assessment categories. It's over for me. Credit score is part of it. Credit score will also be assessed. Will a late payment for utilities last year affect my credit score? Is there any way to salvage a late loan repayment from last month? Is there any hope for people in debt? Asking for a friend, how do you deal with a traffic violation record? Ha 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 ha, I don't have any of those issues. Looks like I will be the one taking the first step. Some people cheered and hooted throughout the day, while others sighed with remorse. Little Worm had no inclination to care about anything else. He washed up, combed his hair and changed into a set of neat clothing. He appeared much fresher and even turned on the dust-covered imitation sunlight lamp in the corner. Starting from today, I'll have a brand new image. Let the record show that I, Little Worm, am a proper, optimistic person who looks forward to progress. On his various social media accounts, Little Worm changed the dark and gloomy theme of his personal pages to a bright and spirited background. He's changed his profile photo to a field of sunflowers and updated his profile tagline. As long as I am given a tiny bit of hope, lowly me can once again see sunlight. Indeed, I am the type that can shine with just a little bit of sunlight. I can adapt very quickly to a brand new environment. After updating his pages, Little Worm deleted his past stream recordings and posted his first status on his newly revamped social media accounts. Today is yet another day filled with hope. Auditors, can you see my longing for the sunlight? Finding it hard to calm himself down, Little Worm apologized to his viewers and ended the day's live stream early. He came out of his house and looked upwards at the tiny gap in the towering skyscrapers all around him. The tiny gap of brightness was like a crack in the sky. For people like him living in the depths, even the wind had a stale and putrid smell. People here could only see a tiny bit of blue when they raised their heads and looked upwards. He was ordinary, mediocre and lowly. He had had dreams in the past, but society and reality had crushed them. When he was young, Little Worm dreamed of being a farm owner. It didn't matter if the farm was small. After growing up, his greatest goal was to save up some money and go on a soul-searching trip. Expensive locations were out of the question. He just wanted to see the farms of Muzhou in person. He wanted to see the vast grasslands, enjoy more than 8 hours of sunlight and breathe in the fresh air and smell of fresh produce. However, this dream had never become reality. Instead, it had almost become forgotten. When had he lost the motivation to struggle? He was trapped in a small space, frittering his time away gloomily, day by day. Luckily, a new era had finally arrived. It was a new beginning. It didn't matter if it took more work. People who could work hard would never live too poorly. No matter how bad it was, it would still be an improvement to the present. There always has to be some hope in life. A Fang Zhao version traffic safety demonstration was playing on 2 large advertisement screens on both sides of the Black Street. Little Worm walked over and watched it from start to finish. His neighbor, who was out on a walk, shot him a dubious glance. "What are you looking at, Little Worm?" "I'm watching Fang Zhao." "Didn't you dislike him?" "Nonsense. I like Fang Zhao the most." The success of the new generation of warp engines and the news about applications for the outer space immigration plan caused great waves all around. Soon, everyone was discussing the outer space immigration plan. Every large entertainment company held emergency meetings. Even though they already had inside news beforehand and had made preparations, it soon became apparent just how intense the competition and market would be. For businesses, this news didn't just signify new lands. This meant new battlefields and new structures. This was like circumventing Earth. There could even be a second home planet. Although the application process took 6 months, many businesses had already started taking action. All their preparation work wasn't for nothing. For example, real estate conglomerates started launching marketing campaigns on land that had yet to be obtained. All the large real estate conglomerates launched their brand ambassadors and relied on stars for marketing. A certain flourishing real estate firm hosted a celebration for the success of the immigration plan and invited many stars to attend. It wasn't just real estate. The textile, food, housing, transport, health and other industries all became inundated with advertisements and brand ambassadors trying to dominate the market's attention. In the entertainment circles, celebrities were busy fighting for endorsements and commercial performers. Some who had left the scene were even called out of retirement by businesses. Anyone who was still idle currently was at the lowest point in their professional career or had simply become forgotten. Global top stars like Fang Zhao were watched by everyone from primary school students to retired veterans. Fang Zhao's communications device was flooded with messages. His unread messages showed 999 plus. Fang Zhao had also accepted an invitation. This invitation wasn't from any of those big brands, but the Public Safety Bureau. However, unlike before, it wasn't just a continent-level Public Safety Bureau this time. Rather, it was the Public Safety Bureau's global headquarters. He had received a request to become the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Plan. When Fang Zhao became the Outer Space Immigration Plan's ambassador, photos and videos of him swept through the world with the immigration discussions. The industry was stunned. This isn't a standard method at all. We can't compete with him anymore. This was especially so for Silver Wing Media. The senior management executives were similarly dumbfounded. The company had prepared a strategy to use Fang Zhao's global reputation and appeal once the immigration plan was announced. But, they hadn't imagined that Fang Zhao himself would win an endorsement of this magnitude by himself. This already completely transcended beyond the entertainment circles. It was something no entertainment company could handle. People were baffled as to why Fang Zhao had received this ambassador role. Rumors flew around. Many suspected that Fang Zhao had a mysterious backer. A lot of people were envious. Why was such a resource given to him? What right did he have to be granted a resource of this level? Some people called this into question and felt Fang Zhao wasn't good enough for an undertaking of this magnitude. He was an artist and gamer. What qualifications did he have to become the ambassador of a super project like the Outer Space Immigration? Other people would work their entire lives for such an opportunity. But, very quickly, Fang Zhao appeared in various continents' promotions of the Outer Space Immigration Plan. This signified that regardless of what Fang Zhao had relied on to land this ambassador role, he had obtained the recognition of every continent and the various foreign planet military districts for the role. Fang Zhao didn't accept any other commercial assignments after taking on the Outer Space Immigration Plan's endorsement. He collaborated with the Public Safety Bureau headquarters to shoot a series of promotional videos. Then, he decided to return to his private island for a period of time in seclusion. He had taken on a new composing assignment on Mo Lang's recommendation and needed a quiet place to work. Thus, reporters eager to dig up information on Fang Zhao's mysterious backer were once again stunned. Where is he? Where has he disappeared to once again from the limelight? Shouldn't he take this opportunity to consolidate his position at the top of the entire world's popularity indices? Large entertainment conglomerates from other continents are joining forces to deal with Fang Zhao. How will Fang Zhao react to such an offensive? Is Fang Zhao preparing an ultimate move? Entertainment reporters could only anxiously clutch at straws. Curious Yenzhou netizens were helpless too and could only once again shout out their own ultimate move. Wang Tai, you piece of trash. Yenzhou's paparazzi king, Wang Tai, your cries are useless. Lizhou. With the new generation of warp engines becoming functional and news about the Outer Space Immigration Plan's application process, the entire market was bustling. People could be seen scurrying to and fro. The self-proclaimed Lizhou's greatest internet celebrity, Zero, was pompously waiting at home for endorsement deals to come knocking. But, as he waited and waited, nobody came looking for him. Others with just a slight bit of fame were busy flaunting in the group chats every day. Seeing this, Zero became anxious. That shouldn't be. I am Lijo's greatest internet celebrity. How can there be no one seeking me out for endorsements? Could it be that I'm too good-looking and have such a high prestige that nobody can afford my services? Given Zero's brain capacity, he still hadn't figured it out after mulling for a long time. Thus, he called his agent over. Zero inquired, "Did my number change? Is my communications device shut off? Was there anyone who sought me out for endorsements?" His agent replied calmly, "There were." Then, as Zero looked on expectantly, his agent explained with a wooden expression that Zero's father thought him to be unreliable. Thus, his father had rejected all endorsement offers and wanted Zero to know his place and stay home obediently. Zero's agent was composed on the surface, but deep down his heart was aching. Arg, what a good opportunity this is. Not jumping on this epic-making wave was akin to letting every part of yourself down. At this huge turning point in history, something big should be done in order to leave one's mark. Fang Zhao was a good example. Perhaps even after 100, 200 or even 1,000 years later, people searching about this point in history would be able to see traces of Fang Zhao because he was the Outer Space Immigration Plan's ambassador. Of course, he didn't even consider taking Fang Zhao as a comparison. Just like many other agents and managers, he was just a behind-the-scenes worker. However, his own interests were bound together with Zero's. He too wanted to ride on this wave and sell Zero at a good value. His heart ached just thinking about this missed chance. However, Zero was oblivious and incapable of understanding his agent's sorrow. He couldn't be bothered to think about anything else and was livid from his agent's explanation. He took a look at the time. It just so happened to be his father's rest period, so Zero immediately made a call. The two had a furious quarrel. After this argument, Zero sneaked out stealthily. He wasn't going to sit around to be caught and sent into the military for more grueling training. As he left, he didn't forget to make a complaint to his grandfather. Thus, the busy Lijo governor chuckled with a shake of the head when he finally saw the message from his favorite grandson. Is he so upset that he is running away from home? The Lijo governor asked Zero about his plan and relaxed when he learned that Zero was going to find Fang Zhao. That young Fang Zhao is rather reliable. Elsewhere, Zero had gotten Fang Zhao's location and was on his personal flying transport headed towards Fang Zhao's island. When Zero arrived, Suiyu was the one responsible for receiving him. Fang Zhao was currently in the study composing. Nanfeng wasn't on the island, and Yen Biao was out at sea walking the dog. Zero was first curious as to why a dog would be walked out at sea, but a small machine caught his attention very quickly. What is this? Zero picked up a palm-sized machine from the coffee table and inspected it. It's a custom-made retro handheld console, Suiyu said without showing any hint of emotion. A game console? Oh, I've never played this sort before. Zero was interested. As a nouveau riche, he was well adept in the ways of enjoyment and had a special fondness for terms like limited edition and special custom-made. This game console was placed on the coffee table and didn't have any passcode on it. Zero reckoned that it was a game console for the bodyguards to play with. The machine's panel and configuration seemed simple to use, and there wasn't any identity verification required to turn it on. All that was shown was a table of scores, and the top scores for each level were rather high. It appeared like it wasn't very difficult. I'll play this game for a bit. Having said that, Zero delved into the game. However, Zero found himself using a lot of effort for this so-called simple game. He couldn't keep up mentally, and his reactions were slow. Zero got more frustrated the more he played. Zero stopped after a while. This trash game doesn't have in-app purchases. Beside him, Zero's agent rolled his eyes. Do you expect to beat all games just by throwing in money? Fortunately, Fang Zhao came out of his study shortly. Since Zero had sent him a message earlier, Fang Zhao set aside some time for him. Zero's attention was diverted when he saw Fang Zhao and no longer harped on the problems of no internet and lack of in-app purchases with the handheld game console. He first complained about how his father looked down on him before expressing how envious he was that Fang Zhao had managed to become the ambassador of the outer space immigration plan. Actually, Zero had come over for two reasons. First, he wanted to find out what special means Fang Zhao had relied on to become the ambassador of such a large-scale project. Secondly, he wanted a companion in his complaints about his father. But, as they talked, Zero felt that Fang Zhao hadn't changed at all. Thus, he forgot to ask Fang Zhao how he had managed to become such an ambassador. Right now, he just wanted to vent his grievances. Now, no business will seek me out. I've become ostracized. The businesses he referred to were basically high-end brands that he liked. The majority of them were from Lizhou, and these brands didn't dare look to Zero for a collaboration because Zero's father, General Renault, had stopped them. Thus, Zero deeply felt that he had talent but lacked opportunity. In Fang Zhao's eyes, Zero was the kind of person he could easily see through. He was more tolerant towards Zero since he viewed him as an old friend and junior. After listening to Zero's complaints of his father, Fang Zhao could also understand General Renault's intentions for doing so. While this was a period of new markets, it was also an extremely sensitive time for figures of authority. In order to prevent Zero from being deceived by others, the easiest and the most effective method would be to make Zero stay home rather than spend needless cash and cause trouble outside. However, Zero wasn't the sort to stay at home obediently. As he observed Zero switch from rambling to thinking, Fang Zhao was quite sure that Zero was plotting something. Fang Zhao pondered for a bit. He really did have a suitable endorsement for Zero. What do you think about an image of gold on pink? Fang Zhao asked. Old-fashioned. Zero then felt a single word wasn't enough to describe his disdain. Utterly outdated. Fang Zhao brought up an image for him to see. What about this? This image was the one that Y-Base commanding officer Hua Yi had sent to Fang Zhao. Hua Yi had previously sought out Fang Zhao to endorse Planet Y's scenic peach blossom locations. Fang Zhao had declined, but Hua Yi had asked Fang Zhao to keep a lookout and recommend any suitable candidates. Fang Zhao reckoned that a suitable endorser hadn't been found as he had yet to see any publicity regarding Planet Y's attractions. An official advertisement hadn't been shot yet, and Hua Yi had sent a message to Fang Zhao the previous day to try his luck once again. Hua Yi still wanted to shoot the promotional campaign with rich gold and romantic pink. In the photograph Fang Zhao showed Zero, 12 golden mechas stood tall and overbearing beneath the shower of pink petals like mystical warriors. Zero's eyes widened. Sweet. Awesome. I want to be in it. Zero's eyes lit up the moment he saw the photograph. He felt that this was the coming of his own company's new drama series. Where is this image from? Zero asked. Is there any script? I want to purchase and shoot it myself. Don't get impatient. Let me ask first. Fang Zhao sent a short message recommending Zero. Fang Zhao didn't know when Hua Yi would see this message since Hua Yi was busy at Y-Base. He explained to Zero that the other party probably wouldn't reply quickly. Then, he told Zero about the idea's development on inspiration from an old-era piece. There were very few old-era art pieces that were preserved fully intact. Fortunately, new-era technology was able to restore them. Zero immediately logged onto the internet to search for related information. On Planet Y, Hua Yi finished a video conference and was having some tea. As he was checking through his mail, he saw Fang Zhao's message. Hua Yi was disappointed because Fang Zhao declined to participate. However, when he saw the person Fang Zhao recommended, he immediately slapped his palms on the table in delight. Zero. That fellow from Lizhou's Renault family who didn't have much ability but was well known for eating, drinking and making merry. That would do. That would really do. Eating, drinking and making merry were all that was required. Furthermore, Zero had invested in the Y Film Studio complex together with Fang Zhao. Hua Yi still had a rather favorable impression of him. Therefore, Hua Yi immediately sent a reply to Fang Zhao, expressing that he was familiar with Zero and that they could discuss a collaboration. He also told Fang Zhao to recommend more people like Zero since there were 12 slots in total. To express his sincerity, Y-Base would be covering all travel, food and lodging expenses. After reading through Hua Yi's reply, Fang Zhao relayed Hua Yi's response to Zero. Endorsement. Although Zero tried his hardest to act like he didn't care, he was totally unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. It's finally here. And it's an endorsement for a huge attraction on a foreign planet. This has sufficient class. The proposed filming plan is satisfying too. The trivial matters about expenses being covered and endorsement fees were unimportant to him. Do I look like I lack that little bit of money? Considering that we are old friends, I'll accept this endorsement. Zero got excited. Are they still lacking people? Let me look for others. Zero scrolled through his contacts list and started to pull people in. In Jianzhou, Chu Bo was currently giving vocal lessons to a talented nephew taking part in a singing competition. Pay attention to your breathing. Your song requires this technique. You will fail if you don't take note of your breathing. The attention of the judges will be attracted to the sound of your breathing. Wait a moment, let me take this call. Zero. What's the matter? Scenic attraction endorsement. Sounds okay, let me see the concept image first. Holy crap. Cool. When does filming start? I'll adjust my schedule. In Tongzhou, Wu Tianhao was reading a martial arts novel when Zero's call came. Tianhao. What's up? Let's meet on the night of the full moon. And have a decisive duel for ascendancy. Tui. I have proper business. An ad for an attraction. Are you in? What kind of attraction? Can it beat reading a novel? Since Hua Yi's requirements weren't gender-specific, Zero contacted Barbara too. Barbara had a look of contempt on her face. She wasn't willing to participate in such a tacky shoot. However, when she saw the concept image, she felt there was a lustrous grandeur amidst that tackiness. Thus, she accepted. Although there would be 12 individuals, she was fully confident that she would be the most dazzling amongst the 12. Zero continued to make calls to acquaintances he felt were suitable. He found one from each continent for 12 in total. Within 2 hours, Zero had gathered 12 people. Fang Zhao studied the list that Zero sent him and was silent for quite a while. Then, he forwarded the list to Hua Yi to decide. Hua Yi was delighted and sighed emotionally when he saw this list. This array would really do. Together, they would attract much more attention than most celebrities. It was enough to break through the current deluge of marketing campaigns from all sides. Although the person he wanted to swindle, or invite over wasn't among these 12, he was still rather satisfied with them. A pleasant surprise. Hua Yi's good mood lasted all the way until the shoot began. Hua Yi had arranged for these 12 people to be flown to Planet Y aboard the new model spaceships so they could start filming right away. However, the filming outcome was somewhat different from what Hua Yi had envisaged. Zero, extraordinary, Samoyed's wise and far-sighted smile. Chu Bo, head tilted 45 degrees, observe my apparent emo style. Wu Tianhao, check out my terrifying gaze. I'm the manifestation of fear. Barbara, majesty beyond words. My entire family is royalty. Y-Base Commanding Officer Hua Yi was the creator of this publicity campaign, but right now, he was in dull spirits. With falling spirits, he watched his invitees strike all kinds of ridiculous poses. Finally, he saw the shy Midasi and felt this was still salvageable. Even though Midasi had been a professional athlete and was used to grand occasions, he didn't seem to be as thick-skinned as the others. He appeared a little uneasy at this film shoot. Under Huiyi's guidance, Midasi struck a pose according to Huiyi's requirements. However, even Midasi added in some of his own details after observing the others. Huiyi, he was exhausted. Fortunately, the film shoot still went rather smoothly. Although the actors made all sorts of modifications in their attire and props, the end combined product was still blindingly stunning. Huiyi suddenly felt a sense of guilt towards the original idea. However, after considering the promotional value of his actors, the guilt in Huiyi's heart was tossed aside. After shooting the video and adding in a dignified soundtrack, the advertisement was released. Planet-wise scenic attractions started to garner a lot of attention as it carved a bloody and tyrannical path through many other promotional campaigns. It forcefully occupied the entertainment headlines of each continent. Planet-wise 12 Poser Kings. This topic was raised up by netizens and quickly disseminated. Those who saw the publicity image were astounded momentarily and were filled with indescribable sentiments watching the video. Ah! I'm blinded. Such an awesome lineup. These pink flower blossoms and glittering gold adornments. What a luxurious and indulgent style. Zero, Barbara, Midasi, Wu Tianhao, Chu Bo, Danki Assis. Danki Assis. The current Interplanetary Fund Director General Mesh Assis's son. The young crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund. This is the first time seeing him in a commercial. I was wondering why Dog Zero was so quiet recently. But, it's really astonishing when he barks. Is Barbara's fan made of pure gold? What are those precious stones she's wearing on each of her 10 fingers? Are there any similar designs? I don't need a similar design. Even a replica will do. That would be way cheaper. Since when did Planet Y become so rich? It's obvious that they brought their own outfits. A single outfit is already so darned expensive. Planet Y wouldn't be able to provide them. My eyes, and my heart. Even if the entire sky is dancing with peach blossoms, all I smell is the scent of money and riches. Come, let us dig up every single detail of the aura of luxury and gold. Netizens cooked up a storm regarding this unique and special commercial for Planet Y's scenic attraction. Many people felt deeply brainwashed by this chaotic pink and luxurious gold. Huiyi had complex sentiments with regard to all this. Huiyi had hoped that Planet Y's scenic area campaign would grab the headlines, but he never imagined that it would be in this form. He felt a little shame, but at the same time, he was a little delighted too. Of course, the result was still very pleasing. People now associated Planet Y's specialty peach blossom showers with the 12 Poser Kings. Nevertheless, all available tickets quickly sold out, and reservations were lined up until next year. The tickets had sold out in less than half a day. It could be said that achieving this objective was good enough. The rest wasn't important. Of course, when someone mentioned this at a video conference with heads of the various military districts and foreign planet bases, Huiyi still had to give an explanation. His original intention really wasn't this. Huiyi had imagined beautiful falling showers of pink with powerful and grand gold. It would meld strength with gentleness and create a picturesque charm. But, the actual advertisement conveyed, warning. Danger. Take evasive action. Huiyi thought of the reception he had intended. Whoa! Look, these rich young masters are actually enjoying Planet Y's scenery. However, the actual advertisement was met differently. Whoa! Look at these posers, each one trying to outdo the other. The others simply didn't believe Huiyi's explanation. They thought that the wily Huiyi had duped these 12 high-quality spoiled brats to shoot such a promotional campaign. He had even tricked them into bringing their own adornments. How scheming! What a great method! No, I really didn't intend this. Seeing that his explanations fell on deaf ears, Huiyi found a scapegoat to blame. It's Fang Zhao. These 12 were roped in by Fang Zhao. In seclusion, Fang Zhao didn't know he was being made the scapegoat. He had seen the final result Zero and the others had produced. After a small chuckle, he noticed the tickets for planet-wise scenic area selling like hot cakes and no longer paid any attention. Old Master Mo Lang had pulled some strings and had recommended a new assignment for Fang Zhao. It was an assignment to compose music for a thematic series. This series was a project launched by the Cultural Ministry. It was a documentary about the people and process of warp engine development. This was another large-scale thematic series, just like Founding Era. While the scope and talent array of this series couldn't be compared with Founding Era, it was still considered a quality production. In fact, filming for the series had already been completed. The series was currently still under wraps. There was a reshoot for a certain segment, but most of the series was in post-production. It would be ready for broadcast soon. The series had contracted various outstanding composers from the 12 continents. Fang Zhao was one of them and also the youngest. Fang Zhao also viewed this assignment with importance. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Thus, to compose well, he assigned Nan Feng, Zui Yu and Yen Biao to handle all other matters. Nan Feng wasn't on the island. He needed to handle various matters on behalf of Fang Zhao. This was practice for being a successful agent. Nan Feng was confident he could be promoted from assistant to manager. Thus, he worked hard and gave his very best. While Fang Zhao was in seclusion, Nan Feng had to represent him in a variety of settings. Matters regarding Silver Wing, cooperative partners, Public Safety Bureau and others were dealt with by him. Besides that, Nan Feng also had to pay attention to any land being put up for sale. Fang Zhao planned to construct a private collection hall. Now that the outer space immigration plan was starting, some unsafe buildings in old city districts on the various continents would be torn down. A number of areas would also have a new review of regulations. Purchasing land to construct a private collection hall would become much easier. On the other hand, Curly Hair didn't seem to be affected by the changes from the outer space immigration plan. Yen Biao took him out on a speedboat for walks every few days. Curly Hair no longer needed to pretend in front of Yen Biao and Zui Yu after exposing his secret. Fang Zhao wanted someone to be with Curly Hair whenever he went out for walks, so Yen Biao and Zui Yu took turns. Yen Biao and Zui Yu had already gotten used to the high-risk job of dog walking and now viewed it in a whole different light. While it sounded unbelievable, it was fine as long as they were accustomed to it. They could even speak and play games with the dog without showing any astonishment. Now, they were already able to calmly take the dog out to sea and bring Curly Hair back at the boss's stipulated time. Furthermore, they would also bring back things that Curly Hair picked up like certain ores, gems, fossils of unknown organisms, and equipment from wrecks. Each time before walking the dog, Yen Biao and Zui Yu would make some mental preparation. I am a bodyguard. After witnessing a mecha being devoured, I have come to a whole new and profound understanding. It's my turn to walk the dog today. I will pilot the speedboat out to sea and wait for him as he goes exploring. I do not know what he has eaten, nor do I dare ask. I don't even dare smell his dog farts. The less I know, the safer I will be. As a proper bodyguard, I just have to do whatever the boss requires of me. I shall not see, hear or speak about anything that goes beyond that scope. Only Nan Feng, who didn't know the truth, viewed Curly Hair as some fragile little thing and assumed that everyone looked like a dog thief. Curly Hair's value had changed again. After starring in the public safety campaign with Fang Zhao, Curly Hair's value had risen again. As a dog that had rendered meritorious service, his value estimation was different from other pet dogs. On the new issue of the world's most authoritative pet magazine, Pet, Curly Hair's information had been updated. His profile photo had been changed to an image from the promotional video, and there weren't any figures displayed at his value. Instead, there was only one line, special dog type, invaluable. Curly Hair wasn't really affected by the online public opinion and his valuation change. He was allowed to play games and watch TV more while Fang Zhao shut himself in. Fang Zhao had assigned homework for Curly Hair with a minor test every 3 days and a full exam once per week. Curly Hair didn't mind as long as he could have fun with the new game helmet and personal terminal that Fang Zhao had bought him. His first personal terminal had been thoroughly destroyed, so Curly Hair especially treasured his second one. He hid it away in his cabinet so even Nanfeng and the other two hadn't seen it. Curly Hair also holed up in his own little room to game. Besides Fang Zhao, nobody else was allowed to enter. The handheld console had also been stored away by Curly Hair. After Zero left that day, Curly Hair had smelled someone else's scent on it and was displeased. Today, Curly Hair returned from a trip in the ocean. Suiyu was on the couch watching TV. Curly Hair ran in and slid to a stop to stare at the screen. He stopped Suiyu, who had been about to change the channel. Yen Biao came in after parking the boat. He glanced at Curly Hair, then at the TV before shooting a questioning glance at Suiyu. "What program is this?" Suiyu replied, "It's some gaming news. Fiery Bird says that they will be opening a new map in Battle of the Century to celebrate the success of the new generation of warp engines. It will last for a month, and the top 10 on the leaderboards will win grand prizes. At the same time, 100 lucky players will have a chance to win gaming peripherals every day." "How generous!" Yen Biao lamented. "However, Boss doesn't game anymore and is secluding himself for composing. I also don't play it nowadays. This event has nothing to do with us. I don't play either, and it's been a long time since I looked into my account. But this prize draw," Zuiyu stroked his chin and glanced at Curly Hair. "Master Curly?" Curly Hair's ears pricked up and he came over. "Want to draw a prize?" Zuiyu asked. "No." Curly Hair continued to stare at the screen. Suiyu sighed. What a pity. He really wanted Curly Hair to help him win a prize. Curly Hair was really special. Who knew what Suiyu could win if Curly Hair helped? Elsewhere. News of Battle of the Century opening a commemorative map spread quickly. Teams from every continent were getting ready to fight for glory and prizes. Esports clubs stayed up several nights in a row to come up with a battle plan and also tried to find out information about other teams. In the global group chat with many reputable esports athletes, many teams were making inquiries with Jinro. "Captain Jean, will Zhao God be participating this time round?" "Yeah, it's been a long time since Zhao God appeared. I long to see him play again." Silverlight Team Captain replied, "Of course not. Zhao God has accepted a composing assignment and has secluded himself. He is wholeheartedly focusing on composing and doesn't want to get involved in gaming nowadays." Jinro knew this bunch all too well. While they longed to see him play again, deep down, they were chanting, "Do not come." At this time when all the esports clubs were striving for achievements and results, nobody was willing to have an additional threat appear. Indeed, the mood lightened considerably after Jinro said that Fang Zhao had secluded himself to compose. The strength of a Silverlight team without Fang Zhao was totally different. If the current combat strength of the Silverlight team was said to be 5,000, then it would become 10,000 if Fang Zhao was added in. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was based off of the solid data of various esports clubs. Therefore, Fang Zhao being unable to join was great news. Everyone relaxed. Gamers flooded into the new map the day it opened. Those unable to log in watched live broadcasts. This was what it meant to be a gaming fan. However, not long after the new map was opened, many gamers who were having fun suddenly received a pop-up notification. "Alive after 500 years, is online." Many gamers followed, "Alive after 500 years." As Fang Zhao's reputation rose, the number of people following his game ID increased as well. However, Fang Zhao rarely logged on nowadays. He logged on privately once in a while for Silverlight training sessions and publicly for invited events. Furthermore, Fang Zhao hadn't participated in public global esports events in a long time. That was the reason some people said that Fang Zhao had retired. Many gaming athletes thought this was the case as well. Many teams had made inquiries about Fang Zhao before the commemorative map was opened. They were mostly relieved upon learning that Fang Zhao would be secluding himself to compose. There were also a few top teams that made contingency plans for every situation. What if Fang Zhao decided to participate? Of course, not a single esports club wished to resort to such plans. After the new map opened, Silverlight's first-string squad had been fighting for quite a while and didn't see, alive after 500 years. Thus, everyone basically accepted that Fang Zhao wasn't going to be participating. However, Alive After 500 Years is online. When this pop-up window appeared before so many people, they seemed to lag for a moment. All gamers who saw this pop-up window. A legendary marksman from a certain top team even felt his ever-steady hand tremble, and he missed a shot. All of these gamers had various guesses the moment they saw this account come online. Those who believed Jinro's words first reckoned that Fiery Bird's account was hacked. Although it was said that Fiery Bird's anti-hacking system was the best in the industry, there was no such thing as an absolute. There were always what-ifs. What if the account had really been hacked? News of Alive After 500 Years coming online spread throughout the gaming world rapidly. Various live broadcast teams immediately changed their original trajectories, while various esports forums bustled with activity. Attention that had been on other players and teams was diverted. What did I just see? Has my Zhao God given up music to return to the competitive esports scene? Don't get your hopes up. According to insider news, Silverlight's Captain Jinro has said that Fang Zhao should be composing in seclusion. The one logging into the account might not necessarily be him. How can you even believe Jinro's words? You should understand what smokescreen tactics mean. Let's observe more before commenting. We will know whether it is Zhao God after watching. There were some gaming newbies who didn't know too much about Fang Zhao and weren't too impressed by the overreactions of older gamers. Newbie, I don't know about Fang Zhao, and I'm not gonna pass any judgment. However, the name, Alive After 500 Years, doesn't have a nice ring to it. It's not domineering enough. Veteran, what use is there having an awesome sounding game ID? Anyone would still be trampled over just the same. Newbie, is Fang Zhao really as impressive as the rumors say? I can't help but feel that these rumors are exaggerated. Veteran, no. Just search up and watch the battles where he made his name. You weren't there when it happened, so he might just be a story to you. But to us, he is a god. Of course, there were also older gamers who didn't view Fang Zhao favorably too. Stop exaggerating. What remains of Fang Zhao are merely myths, someone said. Aren't there many outdated gods in the gaming world? I have to admit that Fang Zhao was impressive, but he's just one person, no matter how amazing he was. As long as he doesn't join up with the Silverlight team, he actually doesn't pose much threat. Some people were also gradually convinced. Fang Zhao wasn't with the Silverlight team. He was fighting alone. For this angle, he didn't seem to be much of a threat indeed. However, some people still deserved a scolding. In a certain esports group chat. Jinro. F***Ker. How dare you say that Fang Zhao wasn't participating? Don't ever trust Jinro's words, y'all. Didn't I say it was just a smokescreen tactic? Phew, it's lucky we made contingency plans. To be honest, I'm not worried. On the contrary, I now feel more level-headed. Plan B initiated. Silverlight's internal team chat. Captain, come quick. What's going on? Didn't you say that Zhao God wouldn't be taking part? Yeah, no one disturbed Zhao God because Captain Jean said he was composing in seclusion. So, do we have to change our tactics? Captain, could it be that you actually conspired with Zhao God to come up with a secret strategy? Perhaps this is just Zhao God taking a break from composing? Jinro hurriedly replied, let me inquire first. Our team shall continue as per the original strategy for the time being. Jinro was actually astonished too. Given what he knew of Fang Zhao, there was an extremely low possibility of Fang Zhao taking part in these commemorative events. Furthermore, Fang Zhao would surely have given him a heads-up if he planned to. Although Fang Zhao seemed to be retired, he still understood the rules and would have informed him of his plans. Thus, Jinro was inclined towards believing that Fang Zhao was hacked. Jinro got some team members who weren't participating in this commemorative competition to observe Fang Zhao's activity. They were to immediately make a report with Fiery Bird if the account seemed to have been hacked. Jinro didn't have time to bother with those calling him out and had no plans of explaining himself. Why do I have to explain our internal Silverlight matters to you guys? Even if I knew Fang Zhao was coming, what's wrong with putting on a diversionary smokescreen? All's fair in war. We are all professionally sports athletes. Blame yourselves for being so naive. Disregarding the sudden influx of PMs, Jinro waited and observed for a bit. Seeing that there was no hacked account notice from Fiery Bird, he found some spare time to send, alive after 500 years, a PM. Zhao God. It's me, Jinro. Are you just making a guest appearance, or do you intend to do something big? Do you require us to coordinate with you? We've done some analysis of the new map. Do you want me to send you a copy of the report? However, the PM was met with silence. Jinro assumed Fang Zhao was too busy killing monsters to reply. At the same time, Fiery Bird was also paying close attention to, alive after 500 years. Fiery Bird Headquarters. Hacked account. No signs of a hacked entry. No problems with identity verification. No anomalies back-end either. Can Fang Zhao be contacted? Fang Zhao has set a do not disturb mode. We can't use emergency means of contact as we haven't gotten a full understanding of the situation yet. However, we left him a message and contacted his assistant too. MHM, watch closely. Immediately freeze the account if there are any signs it was hacked. It wasn't them being overly sensitive. Alive after 500 years, was really too unique in the gaming world. Furthermore, with Fang Zhao's current global influence, too many people were watching. At a certain spot in-game. Hi everyone, this is your old friend Strong Bubbles. Welcome to my live broadcast. I am hiding inside a small cave on the fringes of a beast lair. I have put on camouflage and haven't been discovered by any monster. However, in a short while, I won't be able to say anything. So, I will first show everyone my surroundings. He adjusted the camera to let his audience see the situation outside this cave. While these were the fringes of a beast lair, many monsters could already be seen moving around in the area. Strong Bubbles explained to everyone the reason for choosing to do a live broadcast here. He guessed that, alive after 500 years, would possibly appear here, given his previous movements. Only teams would come here for battle. No solo player in the right mind would come to such a dangerous place. However, Bubbles' intuition told him that a storm would surely appear here. One of the accounts owned by his team happened to be in the vicinity of this area, so Bubbles had used it and hidden here to wait for the storm to appear. If his conjecture was correct, they would be able to earn another huge sum this time. Some years back, Bubbles had managed to film a video of Fang Zhao manically sweeping through monsters. That video became scripture for gamers, and Bubbles had gained lots of fans. His production team had managed to earn loads from that video as well. Nowadays, he was no longer a small-time webcast host who contemplated switching genres. He had now built up quite a decent production team. It could be said that relying on that video where Fang Zhao made his name in gaming was enough to revive their entire production team. They had always worshipped Fang Zhao for being their goldmine. It was genuine worship. They had printed out a still of that scripture video of Fang Zhao and spent quite a sum for a custom-made photo frame. They prayed to this photo before starting a live broadcast each time. They didn't ask for luck equivalent to the original. Just a tenth of that good fortune would be enough for them to strike it rich. However, Fang Zhao had retired from competitive gaming. He was no longer seen in esports competitions. Thus, Bubbles' team could only trail other people or teams. Of course, they didn't just follow random gamers. With Fang Zhao setting the precedent, they chose to cover some intense battles and chased after top players. Each time, they hoped for a battle that could cause a storm in the gaming circles. After Bubbles had successfully switched to gaming broadcasts, he discovered he was especially sensitive towards blood and carnage. He frequently succeeded in predicting where the action would be. Thus, his team had expanded to its current size over time. Bubbles used different accounts each time and had both high and low-level accounts. Chasing after action in the game was considered to be a dangerous activity that could result in game over. Chances of surviving a bloody carnage was extremely low and required lots of luck every time. Suddenly, the monsters that were wandering outside the cave pricked up and simultaneously looked in a certain direction. Bubbles held his breath. He heard a slightly familiar sound in the distance. T-Rex motorcycle. It's the sound of a T-Rex motorcycle. Bubbles was on the verge of tears from the excitement. He finally heard this sound again after so many years. Alive after 500 years, more and more people used the T-Rex motorcycle, but there was only one scripture. In Bubbles' opinion, alive after 500 years, was just different. He could hear the tyrannical oppression coming. His heart raced. He felt rapt anticipation and some indescribable fear. The high-energy humming of the engine was like a ferocious roar of a tyrannical beast. There wasn't a slight hint of hesitation. One could even hear a bit of excitement and impatience. As of a famished beast spotting prey. No, it had to be an illusion. Bubbles quickly shook away all these thoughts and listened attentively for activity in the surroundings. Motorcycle tires screeched shrilly against the ground. Here it comes. Taking the risk of having a game over, Bubbles moved his body further out and adjusted his live broadcast frame. Bubbles had originally planned to have some interaction with his viewers, but he quickly found himself stunned by the scene before him. The beast attracted by the sound charged over, and it instantly turned into a scene of a storm. Everything else was a blur. Only the moving eye of the storm could be seen. Flashes of gunfire sprayed from the eye of the storm. Spurts of blood sprayed all over as corpses of beasts fell onto the ground like rain. The concentrated sound of gunfire made Bubbles' heart thump. The beasts that charged over like a relentless tide were cut through and turned into mere puddles. After a short while, the storm passed into the distance. The sound of gunfire gradually lessened, and the surroundings became completely silent. Bubbles regained his senses and finally felt able to breathe. He took in a deep breath. He walked out from the cave. A thick layer of beast corpses lay his feet. On closer inspection, he discovered that there was only one bullet hole in each corpse. Bubbles made his way through the thick layer of beast corpses with great difficulty and headed in the direction where, alive after 500 years, had gone. It was even more exhausting than climbing a mountain, and he had to be wary of any beast still alive among the corpses. The monsters could easily rip him apart with just a bite. However, it was clear that he was overly apprehensive. There weren't any alive. All these beasts had been cleanly dealt with. Even though the danger had already passed, Bubbles still shuddered as his hairs stood on end. He looked into the distance. It was literally a bloody carnage. The path ahead was littered with beast corpses, and there were a few heaps that formed little mounds. Anybody would feel dizzy from the sight. Bubbles' legs turned soft. He immediately knelt on the ground. It wasn't just Bubbles whose legs had gone soft. His viewers who had witnessed the scene were all in shock. Just one person, massacring the entire beast lair. There's only one person capable of doing that, right? This display seems to be even more savage than that famed scene. Hacked account? What hacked account? Who else besides Fang Zhao had such ability? Besides the live broadcast audience, personnel at Fiery Bird headquarters observing this account were staring at the screen with their mouths agape. The new commemorative map had some regulations that were different from normal gameplay. As long as one was willing to spend money on ammunition, they could have unlimited bullets. But everyone who played this game knew that you couldn't go around the game like a boss with just unlimited ammunition. This was a survival game. There wasn't any revive function liddy in the commemorative map. If you found yourself in a monster's nest, death was certain unless you had a nuclear warhead. Furthermore, every detail like gun model, reloading speed, anticipation ability, reaction, combat skills and environment had an effect. However, the scene they had just witnessed challenged their understanding of their own game. Is there a system bug in our game? I don't think so, it's impossible. I just ran a computer simulation. Without using a weapon of mass destruction and removing any elements of luck, killing an entire beast lair solo requires achieving the game's set limits of anticipation, movement, efficiency and reloading. All of these have to be done flawlessly. Basically, achieving this is practically impossible. Even a single tenth of a second delay will result in failure. But, he's managed to achieve these limits. It's as if he is a perfectly tuned and precise supercomputer. Are there really no problems with the account? Not a trace of hacking or cheating. The technical stuff replied grudgingly, there really aren't any. At least, our entire technical team isn't able to detect any. There aren't any anomalies in the game, and the account is normal. Silence. After a moment, a technical engineer said with a distressed look on his face. I feel that, this kind of person, should be banned from entering the game. At the same time, all the large esports discussion forums were bustling with videos and posts. It's appeared. Slide with a 360 drift and simultaneous reloading and firing. Video, dangerous action, do not imitate. Is this the fabled, God's domain? Video. Holy F***CK. This isn't desperate survival. This is unilateral and maniacal slaughter. Video. The Silverwing Gaming team's official social media account was also flooded with comments. Alive after 500 years, has yet to say a single word after coming online. The phrase, a real killer moves in silence, is so apt here. I'm not here to join in the excitement but to pay my respects. Has Silverwing successfully persuaded Zhao God to give up music and return to gaming? I already sense a storm looming on the leaderboards. As these topics started to grow, many live broadcast teams gave up their original plans and switched their sights towards tracking, Alive after 500 years. They believed with, Alive after 500 years, trend in slaying monsters, he wouldn't just hit a single beast lair. Just as everyone expected, the storm caused by, Alive after 500 years, was just barely getting started. Beast lairs were sacked one after another. Alive after 500 years, was like a fine-tuned machine that never stopped operating. He maintained an extremely high efficiency. He never wasted a single second and could safely survive each round of danger. On the new map's individual leaderboards, Alive after 500 years, points kept climbing as if there was some sort of bug. He soon occupied the top spot. Gradually, everyone was able to see something. Picking up loot was secondary. Killing monsters was his objective. Savage. Rampant. Crazy. He went wherever monsters were. The people trying to follow him were left far behind in the dust and unable to even smell the exhaust emissions of his motorcycle. Very quickly, all the large esports news and media outlets had this headline. Crazy point-sweeping demon 2.0. More and more people rushed towards the commemorative map in Battle of the Century after seeing the news. Casual gamers who weren't too interested originally ran to join the excitement after seeing notifications like Return of the King, Fang Zhao comes back to esports, and other similar news. This was no longer a matter limited to the gaming circles. People of different occupations like entertainment all rushed into the game. Those who didn't like playing watched broadcasts. Game broadcasters were also going all out for the traffic. Anyone in the media knew how to attract the most attention in the shortest time possible. However, this spotlight didn't seem to affect the efficiency of that crazy point-sweeping demon, who was steadily rising up in the ranks of the game. It was as if, alive after 500 years, was totally oblivious to the storm he had caused. He slayed monsters as nimbly as ever and continued visiting beast lairs in succession. The game developers' shock and disbelief slowly gave way to self-doubt. Did this commemorative map have some sort of bug they were unaware of? There were some entertainment media outlets that decided to interview, alive after 500 years, after he was done. Fang Zhao was just playing solo. This sort of exhausting and high-intensity activity would make anyone tired. However, as they waited and waited, an hour passed. Then 2 hours. 5 hours. 10 hours. Alive after 500 years, maintained such a ferocious monster-slaying momentum. It seemed as if he never tired. His movements were still as perfect as ever. Not even the tiniest flaw could be found. New gamers who watched for fun at the beginning felt their adoration begin to numb. The masses who joined in to watch couldn't stay in their seats. This fellow was still killing and killing. This is the first time I have truly experienced what is known as the crazy point-sweeping demon. What a god indeed. This isn't something ordinary people like us can compare with. No wonder everyone in the gaming circles acknowledge Fang Zhao as Zhao God. As expected from the brightest star in Battle of the Century. Only one person has assumed the mantle of God since the game started. After observing his zeal in slaying monsters, I feel that Fang Zhao might really be giving up music and rejoining the gaming world. Rejoice! These weren't wild guesses. Everyone who watched, alive after 500 years, breathtakingly take down hordes of monsters continuously had the same idea. It's obvious he is someone passionate or addicted to gaming. For sure. There's no way he isn't coming back. It's such a great addiction. Retiring from gaming is impossible. There's no way he is quitting competitive gaming in this lifetime. Elsewhere. Fang Zhao had shut himself away to compose for quite a long time as his inspiration had been overflowing. After he was done, he wanted to head out, adjust his condition, eat and shower before sleeping. Fang Zhao tidied up his score sheets and turned on his personal terminal. He switched off the Do Not Disturb mode just before he was about to get up. The moment he turned off his Do Not Disturb mode, notifications and messages flooded in continuously. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. He had a bad feeling. As he scanned through the news and messages, Fang Zhao's eyebrows jumped. Even old Master Mo Lang was among those who had sent him messages. Normally, the old master didn't pay attention to the esports scene. However, this incident was a big deal all over the internet. Fang Zhao could create quite a ruckus with just the tiniest of activities, let alone such a bloody carnage in esports. Old Master Mo couldn't keep calm when he saw everything that people were talking about. At first, Old Master Mo was very unhappy when he heard that Fang Zhao had spent a long time gaming today. How could he be playing games when he is supposed to be engrossed in art? Is he having it too easy with too few assignments? He can write a thesis after he is done with writing his scores. Mo Lang's expectations of Fang Zhao were really high. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's attitude was satisfactory most of the time, so Mo Lang never imagined that Fang Zhao would give up music. Everything that happened today was quite a big blow to this old artist. However, Mo Lang didn't immediately make a call to reprimand Fang Zhao. He was still willing to believe Fang Zhao. Thus, Old Master Mo pondered silently for a while. He felt that probably, maybe, Fang Zhao was very stressed recently and needed to vent a little in-game. Perhaps being the ambassador for a massive project with significant historical importance was a lot of pressure on Fang Zhao. Could it have made him unable to compose as usual? The greater the reputation, the more attention. Fang Zhao was also under scrutiny and pressure from all areas. With these thoughts, Mo Lang's anger subsided. Fang Zhao was young after all, so Mo Lang could understand. Thus, Mo Lang sent Fang Zhao a message. He first showed some concern towards Fang Zhao's current psychological state and reminded him tactfully. If you're stressed, gaming is fine. But don't become addicted. The focus must still be on music. Fang Zhao. Sigh. Fang Zhao sent a short reply to Old Master Mo. For the time being, Fang Zhao didn't bother with anybody else who had contacted him to find out about the situation. After a quick online search, he easily understood the cause and development of the matter. Veins on his forehead started to bulge. He walked out of the study and came to the door of Curly Hair's little room. Fang Zhao didn't have to open the door. He could tell what the situation inside was like just from the sounds. That gamer dog donning the helmet was humming a tune and wagging his tail. He was even humming because he was having too much fun killing monsters. He was totally delirious from joy. Fang Zhao didn't know how his old friend Su Mu was like when training dogs so many years ago. But, right now, Fang Zhao was thinking of closing the door and beating the dog. Just a few days of lax discipline, and he dared to hack the account. Did he have too few assignments, or were the tests too easy? Did Curly Hair turn a deaf ear to everything he had said before? Fang Zhao closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. There was already too much attention online, and that dog was currently clearing a monster lair in-game. A sudden disconnection at this time would be hotly discussed, and things would be harder to explain in the future. Fang Zhao brought a chair over to the door and sat down. While waiting, he thought about how best to conclude this affair. And, how to make this dog learn his lesson. A beating was necessary. Punishing him by making him face the wall was necessary too. The game console and personal terminal would have to be confiscated. And, it had to be taken away in front of his face. Everything had to be confiscated. Nothing but the learning console would remain. When Yen Biao and Zui Yu came over, they stopped in their tracks when they saw Fang Zhao's stiff face and felt the stifling atmosphere. The two-man salted fish squad didn't dare make any noise. They cushioned their footsteps and carefully glanced at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao inclined his head slightly, indicating for them to leave first. Without saying a word, the two-man salted fish squad left at once. They ran all the way to a beach at the island side and sat down on a rock. They turned to look at the house. They were already far enough, and any massive fight would probably not affect them if it were to happen. From Boss's expression, I reckon that there's going to be domestic violence, Zui Yu said. Is beating up the dog considered domestic violence? Yen Biao asked. I don't think so. But it isn't maltreatment either. Engrossed in the game and oblivious to the outside world, Curly Hair was having too much fun and lost track of the time. Actually, he hadn't decided to play in such a manner originally. Curly Hair's line of thought went. The television seems to say that it is very interesting. Since Fang Zhao isn't here, I will just head online to take a little peek. Just a little peek. A motorcycle. Fang Zhao probably wouldn't know if I secretly ride it for 2 minutes. That monster looks delicious, let me kill it. A bunch of trash dares to try to stop me. I'll stop after clearing a beast lair. This game is really fun. Whoa. Curly Hair continuously killed monsters online for 12 hours until the system reminder of, "You have gamed for an excessive period," appeared. Only then did he reluctantly exit the game. He was famished from killing monsters. He had been provided with plenty of food, but he hadn't been able to eat while gaming. He was famished. Curly Hair squeezed the game helmet off of his head and happily trotted out of the room. However, when the door opened, he saw Fang Zhao seated at the doorway with an extremely solemn expression. Curly Hair. A.O. He leapt up in shock. Even his fur was standing from the fright. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Curly Hair carefully glanced up at Fang Zhao. After having such a scare, he had completely and thoroughly sobered up. Fang Zhao's warnings that had been tossed to the back of his mind while gaming finally came back. His mental state went through several changes from excitement to fright and then to anxiety. Curly Hair backpedaled his paws as if trying to hide. Then, he whimpered slightly towards Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao remained seated, staring at Curly Hair while maintaining his silence. Curly Hair averted his gaze and shrunk his neck back as well. His entire body felt as though it was going to shrink into a ball from guilt. Curly Hair wanted to find an excuse and explain himself. Fang Zhao got up from the chair and entered the room. Pointing at the wall, he told Curly Hair, "Come, if you have anything to say, tell it to the wall." Curly Hair glanced at Fang Zhao, then trudged listlessly to the wall with his tail drooping. However, his little dog eyes still stole sneak peeks over at Fang Zhao to observe his expression and movements. Fang Zhao didn't bother with him and carried the lockbox he had prepared over. He opened up the cabinet in Curly Hair's small room and pulled out the retro handheld console, placing it in the lockbox. Curly Hair sobbed. Fang Zhao still ignored him. He unplugged the gaming helmet and peripherals Curly Hair had just been using and placed them all in the case. Curly Hair whimpered upon seeing this. Tears welled up as he eyed the lockbox unwillingly. He was flustered but didn't dare speak. He could only whimper as a plea for leniency. Fang Zhao turned a deaf ear to these cries. He surveyed the open cabinet and raised an eyebrow. 2 days ago, Curly Hair had stored his personal terminal in the cabinet. However, it wasn't there anymore. Curly Hair watched Fang Zhao nervously. He watched as Fang Zhao raised his foot, tapped the ground lightly and differentiated the various sounds with his ear. Fang Zhao closed the cabinet and walked over to the corner. He shifted the kennel and pulled away the mat laid there. There was a hole beneath. The gap was just small enough for Curly Hair's body to squeeze in. The inside of the hole was slightly larger, and there was a cylinder-shaped object inside. It was an explosion-proof barrel. It was the kind that could withstand an explosion or a mecha stepping on it. The outside of the barrel seemed aged. Fang Zhao reckoned that this was something Curly Hair had secretly brought back from a shipwreck or isolated islands. How capable! Fang Zhao opened the barrel lid and fished out a small silver object. This was Curly Hair's personal terminal that he licked 3 times a day to make it even more shiny. This also had to be confiscated. There would be no internet access for Curly Hair. Curly Hair started bawling when he saw his precious personal terminal being put into the lockbox. He felt wronged. He didn't even have a Battle of the Century account. An account needed identity verification. Even alternate accounts required it. How could a dog like him have identity verification? With just that bit of wishful thinking, he had borrowed Fang Zhao's game account for a bit. At first, he was simply curious. He just wanted to experience a little bit and then log out. As for everything that happened after, that wasn't something that a dog could control. He felt aggrieved and guilty. As he thought about his precious things that had been confiscated, Curly Hair's weeping intensified. However, Fang Zhao didn't have any intention of consoling Curly Hair and even rolled up his sleeves. "Come here." At the seaside, Zuiyu and Yen Biao were chatting while looking through entertainment news. "Zuiyu, I have a guess. Yen Biao, very well, me too. They met each other's gaze and flashed a knowing grin. They had seen the news all over the internet. They had also seen the in-game videos. Combining it with the scene they had just witnessed in the house, how could they not guess who was playing as, alive after 500 years? Who would believe that the crazy point-sweeping demon was a dog? Who would believe it if this was leaked? Who would believe that? Say, do you think he spoke human language when he was online or? He didn't say anything in the game. The mic was probably off. Hey, if the mic wasn't shut and he howled in-game, would boss's public image change? Zhuyu got excited thinking about such a situation. However, it hasn't reached that stage. In any case, it hasn't been proven that it was boss playing. Do you think boss will deny it? Alive after 500 years, has a helmet, so nobody can see what he looks like. However, the distinctive pattern of the crazy point-sweeping demon is too obvious. There's no denying it. The two of them were rather worried for Fang Zhao. Such a situation was really quite a headache. As they were talking, there was an woo coming from the house. The two of them tensed up. They could hear such mournful dog cries despite being so far away. Had the dog beating started? The conversation halted, and the two of them pricked up their ears and listened. After a moment, another string of howls sounded. A woo a woo woo. A woo a woo woo. The howls were more shrill this time, and they even followed a rhythm. The beating has started, Yen Biao said with certainty. What weapon is boss using to beat the dog? Zhuyu asked. They recalled how this dog could bite apart a mecha, and how bullets seemed like tickles to it. What sort of weapon could inflict pain on curly hair? Yen Biao pondered and shook his head. I can't think of any. Regardless of whatever weapon it is, I reckon it's a very cruel beating from its wails. However, they weren't sympathetic and even felt a little glad deep down. The two of them only returned after Fang Zhao sent them a message. Nan Feng had come over to the island. On their way back, they were still trying to stabilize their mental state. The howling had stopped. When Yen Biao and Zhuyu returned to the house, they saw curly hair sobbing as he faced the wall. They weren't sure if they were mistaken, but they thought that the tear stains beneath curly hair's eyes were much larger this time. Nanfeng's heart ached seeing curly hair crying with so much grief. He rubbed curly hair's head and quietly asked Yen Biao, did boss abuse the dog again? Yen Biao. Again? Dog abuse? He thought that this sentence didn't make much sense. Yen Biao stared at Nan Feng with an indescribable look. In the end, he didn't say anything. Nan Feng didn't bother to keep asking Yen Biao. In his eyes, Yen Biao and Zhuyu weren't too bright. They never had answers to his questions and lacked initiative. Only when their boss gave instructions did they go about to accomplish their tasks like wooden blocks. These bodyguards wouldn't have many future prospects. Nan Feng sighed for his two colleagues and dropped the matter. After all, curly hair crying and facing the wall happened every once in a while. Curly hair was merely crying a little harder this time, but it wasn't a big deal. Thus, Nan Feng placed the dog aside and hurriedly went to discuss some important matters with Fang Zhao. For example, was Fang Zhao really going to give up music and return to the competitive esports scene? This incident had caused a great ruckus online. Now, everyone was waiting for Fang Zhao to declare his position. Nan Feng had also received calls from many people. Even though it was worrying, he also reckoned that Fang Zhao had been too willful in this whole matter. However, he wouldn't complain about it in front of his boss. Criticizing Fang Zhao was out of the question too. Thus, Nan Feng first started flattering Fang Zhao with his monster-slaying feats in the game. He simply didn't notice the sympathetic looks Yen Biao and Zhuyu were giving him behind his back. After unleashing this flattery, Nan Feng then expressed his own difficulties. The incident had been too sudden and he hadn't had time to think about how to handle it. He was in a tough spot since he didn't know Fang Zhao's decision. Fang Zhao replied, "I am not giving up music. Neither do I have any plans to return to the professional esports scene." With this being said, Nan Feng understood. "Alright, boss. Then, what about the public's questions? I'll handle them." It couldn't be helped. Fang Zhao had no choice but to be the scapegoat. That dog had actually dared cause such a big disturbance when he wasn't paying attention. Fang Zhao turned on a certain esports social media platform. There were marvelous replays of what had happened on the front page. They contained various clips of monsters being quickly slain. The main character in each of these videos was the same. As he watched the person in-game stomp through beast lairs as if they were ant hives, Fang Zhao's thoughts started to wander. This was his own dog. If curly hair had really appeared during the period of destruction, would that century-long devastating war have concluded early? But, when he thought about the complicated circumstances during the period of destruction, the possibility of a period of destruction 2.0 seemed more likely. With the matter of, alive after 500 years, settled, Nan Feng was much more relaxed as the remaining matters weren't that urgent. Nan Feng then gave a report of work matters for the past few days and discussed with Fang Zhao about the plan to purchase land. On the topic of buying land, Nan Feng excessively praised Fang Zhao for his farsightedness. Because Fang Zhao had not made a move back then, wouldn't he now be able to pool money to purchase an even larger plot of land to construct his collection hall? Now, Nan Feng clearly understood he just needed to follow Fang Zhao's instructions. Fang Zhao was much more knowledgeable compared to himself when it came to news and directives of the upper echelons. Nan Feng finished reporting all his matters before asking his questions. "Boss, wasn't this lockbox always kept in the storehouse? Are you using it to safekeep belongings? I heard from someone that these electronic lockboxes can't be binded to a personal terminal. You won't know immediately if it is taken, and it may be difficult to retrieve." Nan Feng meant that this sort of electronic lockbox wasn't secure enough. It wasn't meant for important items. Fang Zhao nodded, indicating that he understood. Nan Feng didn't say anything else after that. But, he felt that curly hair's sobs had become louder. Since Fang Zhao didn't have any comment on his report, Nan Feng no longer took up Fang Zhao's time. Fang Zhao still had to handle matters related to the game. This incident had caused quite a huge disturbance this time, especially in the esports circles. It was as if a hurricane had passed through and changed the perspectives of many. Thus, #CrazyPointSweepingDemon 2.0 became the topic of the year in esports circles. While he lamented about his boss's ability to create news, Nan Feng walked over to curly hair's side by the wall. Nan Feng had accomplished his official work and now had time to console curly hair. His heart ached tenderly for this little dog. He patted curly hair's head and used a piece of tissue paper to dab away curly hair's tears. "Did you cause trouble again?" Even though Nan Feng reckoned it was boss mistreating curly hair, Nan Feng still had to ensure his own survival when he was still in Fang Zhao's hearing range. Within this range, everything that boss did was correct. The employer was king. Therefore, he could only blame curly hair. Sigh. Curly hair cried even harder when Nan Feng said that. He looked really miserable. Nan Feng hurriedly continued wiping away curly hair's tears with the tissue. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Curly hair, don't cry. Are you hurt?" Nan Feng scrutinized curly hair's body carefully and didn't notice any injuries. Although curly hair was crying really hard, his posture facing the wall still seemed fine. Yen Biao and Zhuyu didn't seem worried either, so Nan Feng relaxed a little. But why would curly hair cry over nothing? Nan Feng thought a little consolation would help. Curly hair bawled without caring about anything else. He took no notice of Nan Feng. First, he was upset that his precious things had been confiscated by Fang Zhao and he wouldn't be able to play with them. Secondly, he had received a beating. This was the first time he had ever received such a beating. Is this how it felt like being hit? Every single hit felt as painful as his flesh being cut up. Of course, Curly Hair didn't know why it hurt so much. His body didn't really feel it. He didn't understand that it was actually his heart hurting each time he was struck. Before he began the beating, Fang Zhao had instructed Curly Hair to focus his attention on his emotions to make sure he would remember this lesson. His body's pain was secondary. On top of the confiscation and his beating, Curly Hair was also miserable because he still had homework and tests. Fang Zhao's opinion was that since Curly Hair could game for 12 hours straight, it meant that he had too much free time. Thus, his online lessons and assignments increased. The question bank was refreshed. The quizzes every 3 days became daily quizzes, and now there were also 3 exams per week. Also, since he had caused a topic of the year, Curly Hair had to write a composition on this hotly discussed topic. An 8,000-word essay was to be submitted within a week. Therefore, after Curly Hair was done facing the wall, he had to attend classes, do homework, take tests, and write a self-reflection essay. Just the thought made Curly Hair's head hurt. Nanfeng's efforts to soothe him didn't have any effect. After all, Nanfeng couldn't help him write essays. Then, his dog ears picked up a phrase, "Make amends for your mistakes by doing good." He understood this phrase. It had come up in a test a few days back. Nanfeng was still talking. "Curly Hair, boss will be happy if you do good deeds. He might even reward you. For example, go catch thieves. Bite them with all your strength. Especially those paparazzi taking sneak shots. Bite first, talk later." Curly Hair had already gotten a rabies shot before, and this island was private property. In Nanfeng's opinion, any trespasser who was bitten deserved it. Most reporters wouldn't dare mess with a meritorious service dog. Bite if you find one. Bite both if there are 2. Bite as many as you can. I will take responsibility for any issue. So what if they get bitten? How serious can a small dog's bite be? Yen Biao and Zhuyu. The heck? Stop instilling such terrifying thoughts in him. Do you even know how big his bite is? He can even eat a mecha. And you will take responsibility if there is any issue? Can you even handle it? Nanfeng didn't notice anything wrong with his words and continued, "Of course, if you come across anything you can't handle, just call out and start running. Your tiny life is a priority. Trespassers who can evade the island's security systems are surely very capable. Curly Hair is but a tiny dog. If he really encounters a trespasser, barking out a warning is already accomplishing his duty. This is a meritorious service dog and a priceless treasure we are talking about." Nanfeng's heart would ache if even a strand of Curly Hair's fur was hurt. He didn't want Curly Hair to defend the house with his life. It was okay for Curly Hair to stay a pet. Was there any need for boss to have such high expectations for Curly Hair? Nanfeng sighed multiple times as he thought to himself. Curly Hair had only listened up to "make amends for your mistakes by doing good." His eyes lit up. Nanfeng smiled when he noticed that Curly Hair had finally stopped crying. He shot Yen Biao and Zhuyu dissatisfied looks. "When I'm not here, you guys should spend more time with Curly Hair. Boss is always busy. If we can't help with other stuff, we can at least look after the dog. Besides bringing him for walks, you guys should still talk to Curly Hair. Dogs need company." Yen Biao and Zhuyu. They had stiff looks on their faces. "We eagerly await the day where you discover his true form. Will you still be able to say that so calmly at that time, dear comrade?" On the second day after the crazy point-sweeping demon had caused a racket in the esports circles, Fang Zhao and Silver Wing jointly made a statement clarifying that this wasn't any special battle strategy of Silver Wing's and that it had all been Fang Zhao's own personal actions. Furthermore, Fang Zhao publicly announced that he wouldn't be giving up music and that he wouldn't log on in the next 1 month. Despite his explanation, not everyone believed what he said. Leaving after showing off. After this incident, Fang Zhao's god status is cemented and unshakable. Everyone who witnessed this will always remember him. It feels like Fang Zhao has some other strategy in mind. Not necessarily. Fang Zhao might just be seeking inspiration. Them artists are very crazy. Maybe he was just letting off some steam playing games because he is under a lot of pressure. Is he really not gaming anymore? How about playing for another couple of days? I just started playing this game. I even had the intention of making a pilgrimage to see God. At the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei. Great-grandfather Zhao had a relieved smile after seeing Fang Zhao's latest announcement. Great-grandfather Fang preferred music over esports. He felt that music was more prestigious. For many people, esports wasn't part of the arts. Of course, if Fang Zhao chose to give up music and re-enter the esports scene once again, great-grandfather Fang would also support him wholeheartedly. After Fang Zhao's statement, some in the family clan's group chat said that Fang Zhao was getting addicted to gaming while slacking off from music. Great-grandfather Fang immediately responded to them. Little Zhao just has wide interests and many talents. There were some who weren't happy. When our children lay games, you call them slackers, but when Fang Zhao games for 12 hours straight when he's supposed to be composing, you call it having wide interests and many talents. This is totally double standards. This is bias. Great-grandfather Fang didn't feel that he was in any way wrong. He replied righteously, how can this be compared? Your little children sneak off to play games before doing a single bit of homework. When have they passed a single examination? Look at little Zhao. Were any of his music works shoddy? Were there any that weren't exquisite? Was there any piece that didn't fetch a high price? Who can say he is wrong for playing games when he has made good music? Of course, great-grandfather Fang couldn't deny that he was biased. No, this is just human nature. Isn't it normal to be biased? What's strange about it? Everyone has bias. After Fang Zhao became the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Plan, great-grandfather Fang had even specifically called other children, grandchildren and later generations individually to knock some sense into them. He didn't want them to burden Fang Zhao. No one is to seek out Fang Zhao with regards to the Outer Space Immigration Plan. Settle your difficulties on your own. After all, it is only still at the application stage. Whether you want to immigrate or establish a foothold on a second home, this old man doesn't give a damn. If you are capable, go ahead. But, I will cut ties with anyone who tries to use Fang Zhao's status as image ambassador to bend the rules. Everyone in the Fang family knew that this old man was stubborn and his bias knew no boundaries. They could still request some help from the old master if they faced difficulties in their life or career, but they could forget about anything else besides that. The people in the retirement facility knew great-grandfather Fang's favoritism the best. After Fang Zhao's joint statement with Silver Wing was released, great-grandfather Fang started to get lively in the retirement facility group. He started enthusiastically talking to anyone who would listen. Everyone in the retirement facility, take note. I am going to start showing off now. Great-grandfather Fang once again started to brag about his great-grandson. When he got up every day, the first thing he would think about was what angle he would take. Fang Zhao wasn't aware of this. Because of great-grandfather Fang's warnings, other members of the Fang family didn't seek out Fang Zhao to take advantage of their relationship. Fang Zhao cleaned up Curly Hair's mess, rejected some more collaboration requests and went back to composing. The series producers had also contacted Fang Zhao after seeing the news online. When they found that the composition was still coming along smoothly, they didn't say much more out of respect for old Master Mo. The music score was already mostly complete. There were only some follow-up amendments left. After he finished the score, Fang Zhao sent it to the production team. With this finally done, Fang Zhao could focus on other things. Fang Zhao still had to check over Curly Hair's assignments and tests. Fortunately, Curly Hair was a lot more honest after his punishment. He knew that he needed to be on his best behavior to earn his game console and personal terminal back. Thus, he spent a lot more time on the learning console now. However, Fang Zhao didn't know that Curly Hair was spending a lot of time on the learning console outside of his assigned work. Curly Hair had decided to make amends by doing good. However, there weren't any trespassers to the island for him to bite. Curly Hair could only look for other options. In the rare times he was brought for walks, Curly Hair no longer behaved atrociously in the ocean, nor did he assault sea creatures. He was searching for treasure. Curly Hair used his abundant knowledge to seek out valuable things on the ocean floor. He wondered what he could find about ocean floor mineral deposits. But, because his personal terminal had been confiscated, he didn't have access to the web. The learning console had limited resources, mostly in the form of academic papers. Curly had heard multiple conversations between Fang Zhao and Nan Feng about constructing a collection hall and buying land. Buying land and constructing a building required quite a lot of money. Curly Hair wanted to help relieve some of this financial strain from Fang Zhao and show that despite eating a lot and causing trouble, he could also make money. If he could help Fang Zhao make a huge fortune once again, perhaps his game consoles and personal terminal could have their jail sentences reduced. At the thought of being able to get back his game consoles and personal terminal, Curly Hair jumped with excitement. When Yen Biao brought Curly Hair out on the speedboat, he watched Curly Hair jump into the ocean and disappear. Curly Hair didn't appear on the radar, nor was there any indication of his location. Yen Biao was already used to it. He turned on the apparatus to record today's dog walking assignment. Then, he picked up his gun to start his shooting practice. As a bodyguard, he couldn't slack off on his training. On the island, Suiyu was driving around in a patrol car. The sun gradually started to set. Suiyu looked at the time. Yen Biao seemed to be running late. He was normally back by this time. Just as he was about to send Yen Biao a message, he noticed something approaching from beneath the water. Suiyu chuckled. At the next moment, he witnessed Curly Hair hurtling out from the ocean onto the beach. Without stopping, Curly Hair dashed towards the house. There seemed to be something between his teeth, but Suiyu hadn't managed to get a clear look. Yen Biao wasn't able to keep up even on a speedboat and arrived at the island 10 minutes later. What happened? Did the dog play a trick on you again? Suiyu asked. Didn't the boss order him to take the speedboat instead of swimming back on his own? Yen Biao's mind was also full of doubt. I have no idea what new discovery he made today. He wasn't listening to my commands. After he surfaced, he immediately started swimming back to the island. I don't even know what's in his mouth. If he's rushing that much, perhaps he's bringing that thing to gain some credit? Suiyu guessed. Back at the house, Curly Hair immediately ran to Fang Zhao with the bowl-shaped thing in his mouth. This. I found it on the seafloor. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow when he saw the object held between Curly Hair's teeth. Porcelain. During the 100 years of the period of destruction, practically all porcelain and other brittle historical relics had been thoroughly destroyed. Compared to metal items, porcelain was too fragile. At that time, everyone had had their hands full just trying to survive. They couldn't care about gold, silver and gems, let alone porcelain objects. From what Fang Zhao knew, there were collectors who preserved porcelain relics during the period of destruction, but these were few and far between. New era technology developed rapidly, and new materials kept being invented. Daily utensils became cheap and thus, porcelain gradually became obsolete on the general market. There were only a handful of ceramic craftsmen in the entire world, and these artists were merely enthusiasts who had fumbled about with surviving leftover knowledge from the founding era. Traditional crafting techniques from the old era had more or less died out during the changes of eras. Chinaware in the new era was mostly manufactured by smart machinery. Higher quality ones were custom-made by craftsmen, and they were made by new-era ceramic techniques. Generally speaking, in today's market, ceramics belonged to a very niche category. Besides households that paid special attention to quality and detail, most people didn't use ceramics. "Did you get it from the ocean floor?" Fang Zhao asked as he picked up the object. "Oh yeah. I discovered many on the ocean floor. A small boat is buried there. I dug out this one. Is it worth anything?" Curly Hair wagged his tail excitedly. Fang Zhao's attention lingered on the words, "a small boat," for a moment, but he didn't say anything. In the beginning of the new era, artifacts from the ocean had to be handed over to the authorities. However, after outer space picked up interest, the laws for ocean artifact salvaging were changed. Items found on the ocean floor now belong to whoever found them. Even so, the attention of merchants also gradually shifted elsewhere, and the ocean floor was slowly forgotten by most. Only artifact collectors who were strongly attached to these sort of relics still watched the ocean floor. However, seafloor exploration costs grew prohibitively expensive, and they too gradually gave up. "This thing is too fragile. I broke quite a few of them before I was able to bring this back. I didn't even dare swim too quickly." Curly Hair continued to wag his tail and show off his accomplishments. He had learned via the learning console that this sort of fragile thing was expensive. The older it was, the more expensive. Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair's head and held the bowl up for a closer look. There were a few teeth marks and cracks on the bowl from Curly Hair's bite. Curly Hair had already been very careful but was unable to prevent this damage. This result was already rather difficult to achieve for Curly Hair. Fang Zhao first searched the internet for a way to clean artifacts that were recovered from the ocean. Following some instructions, he did a simple cleaning to remove stains and salt. The sediments on the ceramic bowl were washed away, revealing how it looked. Although there was some damage, the elegance and beauty of this artifact could still be seen. Also, there was a distinct artistic style that had survived many events. Fang Zhao didn't know too much about ceramics and wasn't able to determine which period this bowl was from. Back when the Poseidonsaur was dug up, Fang Zhao had bought 2 artifact dating machines, which he used now. Fang Zhao was stunned for quite a while when he saw the digits displayed on the 2 machines. Over 1,600 years. This bowl had been crafted at least 1,600 years ago. Curly Hair panted excitedly at the numbers displayed on the machines. He wagged his tail even more vigorously. "This junk is over 1,600 years old. It should be old enough. I wonder how many of these can be exchanged for my game consoles and personal terminal." Curly Hair grew excited and expressed his desire to fish up the ceramic relics. Of course, Fang Zhao wasn't going to let Curly Hair do so. Fang Zhao reckoned that Curly Hair wouldn't be able to bring back any intact. It would be best to let professionals handle it. Nanfeng rushed over to the island after receiving Fang Zhao's message. He was still somewhat in disbelief. Those artifacts were from over 1,600 years ago. Ceramics from a few decades before the period of destruction were already worth a considerable amount. Most museums didn't even have porcelain from more than 1,000 years ago. Yenzhou Museum did indeed have 2 intact pieces, but they were small ones. Nanfeng picked up the porcelain bowl with a shaky hand. His lips trembled and his heart ached when he saw the holes and cracks on the bowl. This was all wasted money. "Boss, is there really a sunken ship and large amounts of Chinaware here?" Nanfeng gulped as he studied the spot Fang Zhao indicated on the map. That's what it is from our understanding of the current situation." Fang Zhao brought up some photos. He had gotten Curly to take them while out swimming. Nanfeng's heart no longer hurt at the thought of the damaged Chinaware. "Salvage them. We must definitely fish them all up. All of this belongs to whoever retrieves them. Boss, we have to act fast. Do you have any reliable professional salvaging crews to call upon?" Fang Zhao had also looked into these. But, there were really too few salvage crews that were both reliable and capable. Nevertheless, Fang Zhao planned to partner with museums and get their help. Long-lost items were more valuable to the museums. With this in mind, Fang Zhao activated his communications device and prepared to contact relevant parties. Suddenly, he received a new message notification. The message asked if it was convenient for Fang Zhao to talk now. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. It was the top authoritative figure of the Interplanetary Fund, Yu Hua. If it wasn't anything important, this important person who dealt with countless matters every day wouldn't directly contact Fang Zhao. At the time when the warp engine was formally announced, Yu Hua had merely sent him a message. You guys discuss this outside. I need to head inside to take a call, Fang Zhao told Yan Biao and the others. Nanfeng was still immersed in the revelation of these hidden treasures. He alternated between mumbling to himself and searching for relevant information online. Then, who shall we contact? Which company is the most professional? They wouldn't steal anything, right? Nanfeng's mind never stopped working. Then, he thought about which museums would be good to partner with. As the top collector family, Bruce Museum was a good choice. But, Huangzhou Museum was well known too. Should they ask both? Or, perhaps, contact an auction house? Nanfeng pondered and wanted to inquire what Fang Zhao's plans were before he realized that Fang Zhao was no longer here. Where's boss? Nanfeng asked. He went to take a call. Yan Biao pulled a face. You only just realized it. It's already been 20 minutes. What a long phone call. Nanfeng was anxious to discuss matters about the hidden treasure. Fang Zhao finally came out after another 10 minutes. Boss, do you have any salvage crews in mind? Nanfeng asked. They've already been contacted and will be arriving here shortly, Fang Zhao replied. Ah. That fast? Which company? Nanfeng asked. The Interplanetary Fund. Nanfeng, Zuiyu and Yuanbiao. The Interplanetary Fund can take on these sorts of assignments. The three of them were skeptical. When they saw the ship in the distance, their doubts grew deeper. Is that the crew boss employed? Why does the vibe of this crew seem somewhat stern? Zuiyu mused as he gazed out to sea. That's the Interplanetary Fund insignia. It really is the Interplanetary Fund. Nanfeng whispered. That kind of ship is more fit for battle. Can it really be used for treasure retrieval? Are you sure it isn't here to invade the island? Yan Biao stared blankly. Very few people can command such a team. Nanfeng was astonished. Awesome. This really isn't something that can be bought just by throwing money around. It's as though a warship is being deployed to catch some fish. It doesn't match. Perhaps boss brought them here not only to salvage but also as security. Protecting the treasures isn't easy. This line of thought seemed reasonable. As expected of boss, he has thoroughly considered everything. Back when the Poseidonsaur fossil was being excavated, there had been many who tried covert activities that caused quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, having such powerful aid was a good thing. Nanfeng glanced around. Seeing that Fang Zhao wasn't present, he asked softly, Say, do you guys think that boss really has some very impressive background or a powerful backer? Why else would the Interplanetary Fund agree to help with a ship salvage? Did they already reach a business deal? But, given the Interplanetary Fund's financial prowess and status, they wouldn't go so far to make an exception just for these cultural relics, right? Of course, he only asked about this in private. He didn't dare ask Fang Zhao in person. Regardless of whether they were assistants or bodyguards, all they needed to do was to listen to their boss's orders and not be overly curious. Well, who cares? It's all good as long as they are able to do the work. After all, boss's reputation is on the line too. After tossing aside those doubts, delight and excitement started to well up in Nanfeng's heart once again. Yen Biao and Zuiyu had fleeting looks in their eyes. They did have some ideas, but they didn't dare say it. What they witnessed on planet Yin wasn't something they could tell Nanfeng. They didn't exchange many pleasantries with the Interplanetary Fund's crew. After understanding the situation, the crew left to begin their work. Even a log submerged in the ocean had immense research value. The value of those ceramics didn't need to be said. The salvage crew used a special material to seal the entire sunken ship and bring it up. Nanfeng clutched his chest and lamented, so many cultural relics. So exciting. Now that I've seen the Poseidonsaur and this sunken ship, I doubt anything can ever shock me again. Yen Biao and Zuiyu studied him with complicated looks on their faces. Sigh. Ignorance was bliss. Inside the house, Fang Zhao compiled some photos and videos to send to a few potential partners. He didn't want to monopolize all of the artifacts. Fang Zhao started picking partners out of the satisfactory ones from the Poseidonsaur fossils excavation. Yenzhou Museum. The curator who received Fang Zhao's email nearly fainted from excitement. Gold, silver and other precious gems in the sunken ship were quickly overlooked. Ceramics. Yenzhou Museum's curator felt his heart pounding away. Their museum also had chinaware from over a millennium ago on display. They had 2 intact articles that survived the calamities of the period of destruction. These were artifacts that weren't allowed to be loaned out since these were items that only their Yenzhou Museum had. Now, how could he remain calm after hearing about hundreds of 1,600-year-old ceramics? He took 2 deep breaths and hurriedly stuffed a pill into his mouth. Stay calm. Be rational. Still can't remain calm. Aren't they merely ceramics? More than that, it's culture. These are treasures forgotten by the world and fortunate to survive until now. They hadn't been able to get the Poseidonsaur first last time, that had gone to Huangzhou Museum. But, they could do it this time. Yenzhou Museum had upgraded itself considerably to prepare for the Poseidonsaur display. This time, the pressure was even greater, but he was confident. This time, they had to seize the opportunity to be the first to work with Fang Zhao. At the time when Yenzhou Museum started to move, other parties that had received the email also set off. Various top ceramic art masters around the world were also shocked from the news. Even after so much time, people still held the old era in a special place. This wouldn't change even if humankind achieved interstellar migration. Those brittle artifacts were unfortunate to sink to the depths of the ocean a long time ago. However, this was a blessing in disguise. They had survived the calamities of the period of destruction. All of this was more than enough to cause a frenzy in the collecting world. The more sensitive media outlets also started to move. Even though the world's top collector family, the Bruce family, had yet to carry out any comprehensive appraisal, they already had a rough estimate from the photos. Given the present market situation, this find was worth at least 100 billion yuan. They had great value for collectors. The media had mixed feelings. They were excited at the big news story, but they were also green with envy. Back then, Fang Zhao had just donated his portion of the few billions from the discovery of the Alcade. In just a short time, Fang Zhao had achieved an estimated net worth of 100 billion. But, envy was just envy. News still had to be released to generate the most traffic. Thus, there was a new round of news about Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao no longer was described as the crazy point-sweeping demon, or as the outer space immigration plan ambassador. The newest story read, Fang Zhao, the man who found another fortune overnight. Fang Zhao's little island became lively once again as experts from all the various continents gathered. Some teams had already started on cleaning the retrieved ceramics. Of course, experts had different opinions on the suitable level of restoration. Sometimes, the blemishes themselves had historical research value. Culture loss was taken very seriously. Fang Zhao's find was priceless because it filled gaps in cultural relics. Too many are damaged. The restoration team felt their hearts ache tenderly. Although there were several thousand porcelain pieces, only a few hundred were completely intact. But, this could already be considered fortunate. Some were already damaged at the depths of the ocean, while others were damaged in the salvage process. Of course, the Interplanetary Fund's salvage crew had already greatly minimized the degree of damage already. However, even if the ceramics were damaged or shattered, they still held research value. In a world that lacked cultural relics, even fragments had to be safeguarded properly. Museum representatives from various continents came over to try to set up a collaboration with Fang Zhao. This wasn't their first time dealing with Fang Zhao. The collaboration with the Poseidonsaur had satisfied everyone. These people had a deep understanding of Fang Zhao's character and knew that Fang Zhao was interested in collaboration given that he had called them over. However, never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Fang Zhao would donate these relics. De-donating, for real. Yenzhou Museum's curator nearly bit his own tongue by accident. Seated beside, Lanzhou Museum's curator, who normally carried a dignified air, heard a resounding clink as his teeth hit his cup. Curators and representatives from continental and private museums alike all stared at Fang Zhao intently. Bruce Museum's curator tried to hide the excitement in his voice. "Have you thought this through? These are ancient relics worth more than 100 billion. Fang Zhao nodded. "I've already thought about it." "Oh. This decision is really admirable. Please accept our Bruce Museum's most sincere thanks. This means a lot to us. On behalf of Bruce Museum, I promise you that these historical treasures will receive the most proper care." The others quickly reacted and also expressed their thanks towards Fang Zhao. There was another wave of flattery and praise. Of course, Fang Zhao didn't donate everything unconditionally. He put forward some requests regarding artifact conservation and future research. Since Fang Zhao was willing to donate such precious artifacts, they were naturally willing to accept the terms. Some curators even volunteered to help when Fang Zhao talked about applying for land for his own private exhibition hall. Applying for land to build a private collection hall wasn't an easy matter. With help from the various curators, the audit process would become much easier. The decision to donate the ceramics wasn't related to his private collection hall. The private collection hall was a small matter that he would be able to accomplish even without help from the various curators. In reality, he donated the relics because he wanted them to be properly cared for. Fang Zhao didn't have the space or time for ceramics. For the near future, his primary focus would still be on music. He definitely couldn't match relic preservation specialists. Partnering with professionals to handle the relics would take too much work, and things could always go wrong. On the other hand, these museums would surely treat the artifacts well. The relics were a treasure that belonged to the entirety of humankind. They were precious treasures that carried human culture and history. Making them available to the public maximized their utility. No matter what happened, people would still remember these resplendent items. After detailed discussions, the relics were transported to the various continents. The museums officially announced Fang Zhao's donation once they fully appraised all the historical relics. To acknowledge their importance, every continent's governor personally presented a certificate of honor to Fang Zhao during the official donation ceremony. Related topics once again sprang to the headlines in all the various continents. Fang Zhao donated again. Undiscovered treasures excavated. A beacon to pass on past culture. Fang Zhao donates relics worth 100 billion. Practically everyone who saw this news had very complex sentiments. Many people had said Fang Zhao was foolish after he donated his few billions the previous time. Now, they didn't really know what to say anymore. Those who had envied Fang Zhao for gaining an instant fortune from the relics now felt their eyeballs popping out of their sockets. They were all donated just like that. Their hearts ached even though they were non-participants watching the news. This really isn't showing off. Who could bear to give away relics worth hundreds of millions just to show off? Given Fang Zhao's current reputation, there isn't any need for him to show off in such a manner. What a display! Although he might not have an array of assistants and bodyguards at his beck and call, he should be the only celebrity in entertainment circles who can get the 12 continent governors to personally issue him an honorary certificate, right? This really isn't something easy to achieve. Great-grandfather Fang was silent for quite some time when he saw news articles like, Fang Zhao donates relics worth hundreds of billions. He sighed. He felt like it was a pity, but even more so, he felt proud. And when he found the photograph of Fang Zhao with all those continent governors, the corners of great-grandfather Fang's lips curled upwards. He started to circulate them in all his chat groups. Look! My little Zhao is just so enlightened. No wonder he was chosen to be the ambassador of the outer space immigration plan. At Fang Zhao's island. Nanfeng stood at the shore, gazing far at the ocean. His entire body was rigid like a stone that had weathered many storms. He had stood here a few days ago watching people from the various continent museums transport these artifacts away. Even now, he clutched his chest every time he saw the news. This blow was really too much for him. It was upsetting. Even though these relics weren't his, Nanfeng had both seen and touched them. Now, these relics worth hundreds of billions had flown away from his hands to far-off places, never to return. How his heart ached. Say, how do you think boss is able to maintain such a calm attitude? Just one of those bowls could be equivalent to a room in the heart of Huangzhou's Huangcheng. Is he really not a tiny bit reluctant? Does he really not find it a pity? Has he gotten hooked on donating? Even if it was to maintain his image as ambassador of the outer space immigration plan, the costs were also too high. Nanfeng couldn't understand, but he didn't dare ask Fang Zhao. Thus, he could only grumble to Yen Biao and Zuiyu. What kind of great shock has boss suffered before to stay so calm? As he vented all of his complex emotions, Nanfeng turned around and saw his two colleagues, who were standing there calmly. Inexplicable. How are you two able to be this calm as well? Nanfeng studied Yen Biao's expression carefully. Are you really not putting up an act? Yen Biao spoke, you might not believe it, but I have seen even more insane stuff. What can be even more insane? Tell me. Nanfeng didn't believe it. What could be even more insane than giving away historical artifacts worth hundreds of billions immediately? Yen Biao smiled but didn't say anything. After having seen a talking, gaming and mecha-devouring dog, he felt that everything else was no big deal. Yen Biao felt that Nanfeng's tolerance for shocking information was a little low given Nanfeng's reaction to those tiny historical artifacts. What would Nanfeng do when he discovered the truth behind curly hair? Yen Biao was a little worried. Would Nanfeng be traumatized by curly hair's true nature? After all, Yen Biao was still traumatized by those events. Yen Biao sighed and was about to say something when Fang Zhao issued instructions in their work chat group. Nanfeng had no time to feel downhearted. He was required to head to the other continents to follow up on the donation of historical relics. Thus, he quickly left the island via flying transport. Fang Zhao was already waiting when Yen Biao and Zuiyu entered the house. Come with me. Fang Zhao brought the two of them to an underground storehouse. There were quite a number of underground storehouses on this island. Yen Biao and Zuiyu rarely came over to this storehouse, but even so, they could sense that some changes had been made here. The two of them exchanged puzzled glances. When had this place been renovated? In particular, the storehouse door looked different. At first glance, it seemed similar, but upon closer inspection, differences could be seen. With Yen Biao and Zuiyu's level of perception, they could tell that the new door was definitely a high-security door. Does boss want to hide items in this storehouse? Their impression of this storehouse was that it wasn't very large. However, it was well hidden beneath the house. The last time they were here, the storehouse mostly had daily necessities, most of which were for the dog. Nowadays, Yen Biao and Zuiyu were rather sensitive to the word dog. They didn't dare probe more, even if they were curious. As the two made silent guesses, the storehouse door was opened. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were stunned when they saw what was behind the doors. The original storehouse had completely been refurbished. It now looked like a complete apartment with top-notch installations. A somewhat chubby kid seemingly about the age of 10 was seated on the sofa, tossing and catching a black ball. Yen Biao and Zuiyu immediately roared out inwardly. Why is this kid here? Isn't this that person from the Interplanetary Fund? Shouldn't he be on Planet Een? Even if he isn't on Planet Een, he should be on Interplanetary Fund territory. What's he doing on Fang Zhao's island? And, so secretive on top of that. The one who appeared in the storehouse at this time was indeed Little Bear. He will be staying here for a while. You two have to take note. Fang Zhao told Yen Biao and Zuiyu. Yen Biao and Zuiyu regarded Little Bear as the true crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund. Upon hearing what Fang Zhao said, they started to imagine various scenarios like power struggles, assassinations and other crazy plots. At the same time, they also had their doubts. Perhaps the Interplanetary Fund's top authoritative figure doesn't trust her own aides and placed the important Crown Prince under Fang Zhao's care. What exactly are they up to? Or perhaps there is some internal feud. Little Bear leaped up from the sofa with a wide smile at Fang Zhao's arrival. You came. This place is really boring. Can I go upstairs to your house and play? Little Bear pouted playfully. You may. Curly Hair is also there, Fang Zhao said. Never mind then, Little Bear said decisively and returned to the sofa. Fang Zhao then had a serious expression. In the following period, he will be taking refuge here. Do not leak his whereabouts. Yen Biao and Zuiyu answered sternly, yes. Things weren't as simple as it seemed on the surface indeed. No wonder the Interplanetary Fund had willingly sent a salvage ship. There was really some sort of transaction involved. It was a salvage ship on the surface, but it was really a transport ship for their Crown Prince. This secret strategic move had fooled countless people. Right now, everyone's attention was drawn to the valuable historical relics. Who would have even thought that the salvage crew had sent a person over? Even if there were people doubting the deployment of this salvage crew, their doubts had been quickly dispelled by the news. Fang Zhao spends big money to hire Interplanetary Fund salvage crew for millennia-old artifacts. The value of historical artifacts over 1,000 years old was considerable. Was there anything wrong with employing such a high-level salvage crew? Absolutely not. Even inviting an entire escort fleet was reasonable. After going through the key points in his mind, Yen Biao asked in a hushed tone, what, about Nanfeng? There's no need to tell him for the time being, Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng recently hadn't spent much time on the island. He frequently had to travel between continents to manage their collaborations. In any case, the less people who knew, the better. The two bodyguards nodded. Understood. Fang Zhao asked Yen Biao and Zuiyu to introduce this place to Little Bear. In the meantime, Fang Zhao left to have a talk with Curly Hair. The atmosphere in the underground storehouse became heavy without Fang Zhao. The child's smiles instantly disappeared. Little Bear completely disregarded the two bodyguards standing there. Yen Biao and Zuiyu had already witnessed this child's dramatic change of attitude before and weren't too surprised. Zuiyu forced a smile and said to Little Bear, young friend, we meet again. You look taller now. Most kids liked hearing stuff like that. Surely talking about growth would be okay, even if Zuiyu couldn't really discern any difference. However, Little Bear's expression became even colder. Oh. Noticing that Little Bear didn't like this topic, Zuiyu changed it quickly. You didn't bring any bodyguards? Little Bear had a stiff expression. He didn't even feel like saying anything. His look of disdain reminded Zuiyu and Yen Biao of that merciless personal attack. What use are a bunch of salted fishes? After that, all that remained in the storehouse was an awkward silence. The two bodyguards gave up trying to converse and decided not to interact too much with this kid. They would surely be sympathetic to any other child who was sent here for refuge. But, for Little Bear, he had skills. He was a high-ranking engineer of Planet Een. He had wealth. Presumably, he was the actual crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund. Two salted fishes like them didn't deserve to sympathize with someone like this. At the same time, in the study above, Fang Zhao called Curly Hair over. The Interplanetary Fund is providing you with part of the energy required for you to mature. The power ores that you usually gnaw on are also provided by them. In exchange, we agreed to do some work for them. Our current task is to protect the child in the underground room. They had to work for the Interplanetary Fund's resources. There was no free lunch in this world. Even though historical relics worth 100 billion had already been donated, 100 billion yuan wasn't enough to cover Curly Hair's diet costs. Furthermore, providing protection at a crucial time for the Interplanetary Fund wasn't entirely unconditional either. Got it? Fang Zhao asked. Understood. Curly Hair replied. He had to protect his snack supplier. Otherwise, he would not have free snacks in the future. No free snacks equals eating until Fang Zhao goes bankrupt equals I might be abandoned. Furthermore, Nan Feng had said before that he could make amends by doing good. If retrieving the junk from the sea floor wasn't enough, there was another opportunity here. Perhaps if he performed well, he could get Fang Zhao to buy another worldwide limited edition game console for him again. With this reasoning, any bit of unwillingness Curly Hair had quickly dissipated. Fang Zhao watched him in silence for a moment before saying, "Don't go into the ocean during this period. I'll return the gaming console to you. Guarding the house is my job." Curly Hair stood proudly and guaranteed Fang Zhao as his dog eyes shone with firm resolve. As long as he could get the game console back, he would even rush onto a battlefield, let alone just guarding the house. Also, there are submarines in the sea near to the island. They belong to the Interplanetary Fund. You should know what not to do. Should I go sniff the friendly scent? Curly Hair asked. Fang Zhao thought about it and shook his head. Never mind. You just stay on the island. What would happen if Curly Hair nibbled on them in a moment of impulsiveness? Biting even a small piece off would cause quite a commotion. It would be better to limit Curly Hair's activity to prevent friendly fire. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wasn't certain whether those people could be trusted. It would be best if Curly Hair wasn't revealed. The less people knew about him, the better. He couldn't control the Interplanetary Fund's personnel, but he could still manage Curly Hair for the time being. In any case, this dog was a shut-in when he played games. Curly Hair wouldn't want to take even a step outside as long as there was food to eat. Little Bear had been delivered in secret by the salvage crew. He had only brought along Little Riches, who was all curled up. He hadn't been allowed to bring his two darling robot dogs Dog Dan and Dog. After all, he wasn't a real child. While he sometimes acted immature, he understood the gravity of their situation and wouldn't do anything against orders. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry for the time being. Fang Zhao sent the score sheet he had spent completing over the last few days to the series production crew and answered any questions they had regarding the composition. At the same time, above the Blue Dome of Heaven production team, the busy music studio didn't stop to rest at all. The scale of this drama series about warp engine engineers could not compare with the extent of Founding Era. But it was still a rather large investment in comparison to other series being produced currently. The series had already been fully shot, and it was currently in the tense period of post-production. Above the Blue Dome of Heaven was a quality series. Professionals like Fang Zhao had been contracted to compose the opening, closing and various accompaniment music. The music studio was also receiving completed works from the other contracted composers. All they needed to do was choose the most suitable pieces according to the series. This job sounded easy, but in truth, it really wasn't. The style and instruments of the accompaniment needed to match the scene's plot. This was highly important for a quality series like this one. Investors, producers and even the director viewed the music with great importance. Emotional people could be entirely won over by a film's music. The music could have a long-lasting effect. Many people still associated scenes of long ago to familiar tunes. When Fang Zhao's works were sent over, the music studio staff immediately jumped into a discussion. "Oh, this song isn't bad. I told him we needed a slow emotional style during the drafting stage. Fang Zhao hasn't let me down." That staff played the tune as he was talking. Every note tells a story. It's slow, but not boring. It's rich, but not too heavy. It's suitable both for the opening or accompaniment. Maybe it's better as the accompaniment during the pan-in. That will create a powerful impression. A team member in the room nodded, but then shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't accept what his colleague had said, but rather, they had different preferences. "I prefer the second song in the list. It's lively. There's both the cello's deep timbre and the guitar's bounce. There's a sort of industrial romanticism. It's very apt for our series. I personally think that it can be used for the end credits. It can even be adapted to have vocals." No, if we're talking about the ending theme, the third song is best suited for it." Another staff member in the corner with earphones plugged in was visibly excited. "Really, have a listen." "Oh, Chief, you should listen to it too. It's simply entrancing. The brisk tension can fit seamlessly in any plot. It doesn't sound out of place at all, and it's pleasing to listen to. Fang Zhao's composing ability is really too strong." "Chief, did you specifically request Fang Zhao for an all-purpose ending theme during the planning stage?" The chief hadn't said a word all this time. He nibbled on his pen and flipped through the materials while listening to the music on his earphones. Then, he removed the earphones, placed the pen down and rubbed the goose pimples on his arm. "I didn't. Anyways, why don't you all like the last song, Millennium? How can any other song compare with it in terms of extravagance and narrative? Even compared with all our music scores, every other song pales in comparison. You guys should at least have the basic ability to appreciate what's good, right?" All the others in the studio appeared embarrassed. "It's not that we don't like it. In our opinion, Fang Zhao's Millennium is already at the level where it can be the series' main theme. However, didn't we already decide on the series' main theme?" His voice trailed off towards the end of his sentence. All of them had a rather considerable professional ability and could easily appreciate the finer works. Even if they didn't like the genre, they were still more than capable of telling what was good. It wasn't that they didn't like Millennium. In fact, it was so good it exceeded the expectations. It even surpassed the range of their ability. But, their hands were tied. The tune selected as the series' main theme was also composed by a great master-level composer. It too was an exquisite piece, and more importantly, that composer was very experienced. In terms of seniority and connections, he was surely stronger than the rest. As a young composer, Fang Zhao was famous, but he still had to pay respects to the master-level composers. The studio's chief frowned silently for a moment before clicking his tongue. "The series has 2 seasons. We can keep the first season's theme. Since Fang Zhao's songs are more applicable for the second season, we'll use them there," the studio chief said. In the original plan, the main theme of the series wouldn't change between the seasons. However, the studio chief wasn't willing to neglect Fang Zhao's Millennium. The historical sentiments and sense of mission isn't something others can compete with. There are also some complex elements within that I am unable to describe for the time being. I just feel that it would be a pity not to use Millennium for the main theme. The others also nodded and smiled. Using it in the second season is fine too. Perhaps it may even be more suitable. The studio chief suddenly seemed to think of something. All the works that Fang Zhao sent over match well. I have seen the music scores he sent. A few songs are suitable for rearranging. Let's adapt several other uses from this main theme. This way, we use other composers' works in the first season and have Fang Zhao's pieces cover the entire second season. Can we do that? But, Chief, rearranging tunes will still incur expenses. Given Fang Zhao's current status, this might be a little expensive. Our funding might not be, well, how about we discuss a full package with Fang Zhao? It would be more cost-effective. The chief went out and made a call asking his superiors for instructions. He returned and tapped his hands on the table. Negotiate a whole package. Got it. Can we contact Fang Zhao now? It should be fine. Even if he can't be contacted, he left a number probably belonging to his assistant or manager. The studio chief exhaled sharply after giving out the instructions to discuss a whole package deal with Fang Zhao. He grinned in satisfaction. Although Fang Zhao is young, he won't have any problem carrying a season solo. It doesn't matter if others have doubts. His works do the talking. Besides, Fang Zhao's current influence is global. In terms of popularity, appeal and ability, he really doesn't fear anyone. The studio chief was fully confident. Fang Zhao's ability was the reason for his decisiveness. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare raise this matter to his superiors. As he leaned back in his reclining chair, the studio chief's smile slowly dwindled. He gazed in nothing in particular and mumbled, "Old Master Mo said he didn't even provide any counsel for these compositions. He really wouldn't lie about such stuff. That means that all these are Fang Zhao's own works. Young people these days. Too impressive. Fortunately, there's only one of him. Otherwise, won't seniors like us lose our jobs? Honestly, in terms of character, hardships and realization, some people that are close to 200 years old can't even be compared to Fang Zhao. Ah, I wonder how profound the composers during the period of destruction were. Why haven't we heard of any really renowned composers from that time? Even if there were any, that period didn't permit pure musicians to exist, right?" Someone else interjected. "That's true. I've seen Fang Zhao's file. He hasn't experienced many trying times before. That's innate talent. Oh, some people just can't be compared." The production team acted quickly and immediately contacted Fang Zhao to discuss buying the whole package. Fang Zhao didn't have any urgent matters to attend to and had remained on the island. Thus, he answered the incoming call immediately. While he was discussing this matter with the production team, Little Bear was on the sofa watching TV in the refurbished storehouse underground. Yen Biao and Zuiyu had just tidied up the armory and came over to check. When they saw Little Bear seated there quietly, they couldn't help feeling some pity for this kid and decided to accompany him for a bit. Yen Biao replaced his stern expression with a more amiable one as he served up some fruits and snacks. "Little friend, are you missing your family?" Yen Biao asked with a stiff smile. Little Bear looked up with a questioning glance. "Family? Was the person we saw previously your family?" Little Bear's lips twitched and he answered casually, "Oh, her. She's bringing men to prod tomorrow Empire's stronghold. Outer space immigration can't move along if they aren't suppressed. Interstellar navigation still lacks this piece." Yen Biao and Zuiyu. "No. Shut your mouth. This is too much info. We don't want to hear this. How can you tell us such confidential matters to us this easily?" Yen Biao felt like slapping himself. Stupid mouth. The atmosphere became awkward once more. Just as Yen Biao and Zuiyu decided to leave, Little Bear glanced at them with a playful smirk and called out, "Hey, salted fishes, have you heard of hand-shredded mecha?" Zuiyu said, "Nope, I have only heard of hand-shredded chicken." Zuiyu then added, "Little friend, have you ever seen a mecha being swallowed whole?" The two of them stared at each other in silence. And it was as if they both came to sudden realizations as ghastly looks appeared on their faces. Zuiyu really wanted to slap himself. "You and your stupid mouth." The kid had a really strange expression. He noticed Zuiyu didn't seem to be joking, like there was some unknown horror story behind it. Swallowing a mecha whole. Meanwhile, Zuiyu was thinking, ripping a mecha with bare hands, doesn't seem to be false either. Zuiyu shuddered and suddenly felt envious of Nanfeng. Zuiyu and Yen Biao envied Nanfeng's recent high spirits. Although he was just an assistant, he represented Fang Zhao. While Fang Zhao was in seclusion, Nanfeng became the only channel to reach Fang Zhao. The discovery of historical artifacts didn't just attract people from the collecting world. Some commercial big shots and literary celebrities also sought out Nanfeng. Even though these people merely wanted to find out whether they could buy a few pieces of these china, being able to speak with them delighted Nanfeng tremendously. A nobody who had once struggled at the bottom depths of Huangzhou entertainment circles now held relationships that were the envy of anyone in the business world. Nanfeng couldn't help feeling buoyant with all the flattery he was getting. Of course, he wouldn't harm his boss. He kept his glee in his heart and tried not to show it. He didn't want to give others the opportunity to discredit Fang Zhao. After he was done handling the artifact inquiries, Nanfeng was assigned another important task by Fang Zhao. He was to handle procedures for the private collection hall. The land for building the private collection hall had already been chosen. With help from the various continents' museums, the relevant procedures were completed much quicker. But, the current buildings there were awaiting demolition, so there was still at least 6 months before construction could begin. Nanfeng's current workload was mainly to handle the relevant procedures, and he didn't have to worry about much else for the time being. Nanfeng felt his heart ache watching the money flow away. Even though the money wasn't his, he still couldn't help feeling this way. The really expensive ceramics were donated just like that. But, it was his boss's decision, and he could only do as told. When Nanfeng heard that the Above the Blue Dome of Heaven production crew wanted to buy out Fang Zhao's works, Nanfeng's distress lessened. Nanfeng went over to Yenzhou Museum once again to thank the curator for his help. He also needed to check on the artifacts Fang Zhao was storing there. These were the artifacts Fang Zhao hadn't donated. Nanfeng understood that it was normal to keep a few artifacts. However, he couldn't understand why Fang Zhao wanted to keep one with bite marks. There were so many perfect pieces. Why would his boss want to keep a damaged one? Nanfeng just couldn't understand. After leaving Yenzhou Museum, Nanfeng immediately flew towards Fang Zhao's island to give a report. During this period, Nanfeng had done everything the boss asked of him perfectly. Nanfeng was certain he would be rewarded, and he was delighted. Nanfeng couldn't stop beaming on the way there. As he was landing, he finally reined in his smiles. He still had to be earnest, reliable, sincere and professional. The image he portrayed would crumble if he smiled too much. He didn't want to seem unreliable. Furthermore, with his recent assignments, Nanfeng had gotten to know more people and widened his network. He hadn't been able to hold his head high when he was struggling solo in Huangzhou. But now, Nanfeng felt that his professional status had risen. Thus, he couldn't afford to be sloppy. In high spirits, Nanfeng walked towards the house on the island. Nanfeng greeted Yen Biao and Zuiyu when he saw them. He was about to step into the house when he saw Curly Hair trudge out slowly. Curly Hair yawned listlessly. He couldn't stay in his room and play games when Nanfeng was here. He was unhappy. His dog eyes were faintly accusatory as they watched Nanfeng. But, Nanfeng didn't know that. He just felt that curly hair seemed more depressed after the few short days of his absence. Nanfeng was sure that Yen Biao and Zuiyu hadn't taken care of curly hair properly. There wasn't anybody else on the island, and their boss was busy. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yen Biao or Zuiyu? With his mind set on that conclusion, Nanfeng shot the two of them a look of disapproval. However, it wasn't the time to talk about this. Nanfeng rubbed curly hair's head gently as he walked past. Nanfeng actually noticed a few curly strands of hair out of place, and he wanted to brush curly hair's fur. But, boss didn't allow them to brush curly hair's fur, so Nanfeng could only bear with it. Nanfeng needed an outlet for his growing disapproval. While rubbing curly hair's head, he glanced at Zuiyu and Yen Biao who were some distance away. How long has it been since Little Curls has gone out? A few days, Yen Biao replied vaguely. How can a dog not be taken out for walks? Boss says to not go out to sea for the time being, Yen Biao stiffly muttered a defense. Nanfeng. Nanfeng didn't know what to say to these two. Why don't these two know how to be flexible? Curly hair can still go on walks on the island even if the boss doesn't want him out at sea. The dog can be walked in circles near the house if you don't want to go too far. Anything like smelling the grass and flowers or chasing after bugs can help strengthen the body. Those two just don't know how to look after dogs. Alright. You two, don't walk him. I will do it. You guys go on your patrol. I will bring Little Curls for a walk after my report. I will be staying on the island for 2 days. Curly hair's eyes appeared to dim. Nanfeng saw it and sighed with lament. See, just one look and I can tell that curly hair can't wait. His eyes are glowing. With that, he rubbed curly hair's head once more and went into the house. Yen Biao and Zuiyu. A brave soul. Sigh. 2 hours later, Nanfeng brought curly hair out for a walk after he was done reporting to Fang Zhao. Nanfeng didn't need a leash since the entire island belonged to boss. Nanfeng was in high spirits after receiving a bonus and recognition for his hard work. He didn't criticize Yen Biao and Zuiyu when he saw them and even called out, "Comrades, how about a gathering tonight? You got a bonus?" Yen Biao asked. "Heh, as expected of an old comrade. You can tell even without me saying a thing." Nanfeng chuckled happily. "How about a drink or two tonight? I brought some alcohol when I came over. Chatting is fine, but we'll pass on the alcohol. Us bodyguards aren't allowed to drink on duty." "Alright, then let's just have a short catch-up. It won't take up too much of your time." As dusk fell, Nanfeng left his assigned room with some canned fruit juice. He drove a patrol vehicle to the island sentry post. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were already waiting there. Nanfeng tossed a can to each of them. "Let's drink." Even though it was only fruit juice, Yen Biao and Zuiyu didn't dare drink too much. A couple of days ago, Fang Zhao had informed them about the severity of the situation and reminded them to be combat ready at all times. Only the totally oblivious Nanfeng quickly downed his juice. Even though they weren't having any alcohol, Nanfeng was still in fine spirits. When he was out and about, he represented Fang Zhao and needed to restrain himself. But now that he was off work and among his own colleagues without boss present, Nanfeng naturally didn't need to hold back. He happily gave a brief recount of the things he had experienced while working during this period. He, I am famous already. Everyone in the industry knows King Nanfeng." Nanfeng rocked back and forth with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I, King Nanfeng, have really made a name for myself. Yen Biao and Zuiyu, congratulations, King Nanfeng." Nanfeng waved them off meekly. His smile disappeared as he sighed. "Actually, I asked you guys out because I wish to talk about my career plan. I know that in future, boss's focus will continue to be on the musical arts, everything else is secondary. He also doesn't seem interested in many other commercial endorsements. I am not from an academic background, and my musical knowledge isn't great. I have already put in great effort to try and learn, but with the little talent that I have, I probably won't make much progress even in 10 years. In the future, the occupational pressure I face will be even greater. Yen Biao and Zuiyu fell silent. Although bodyguards didn't have to know music, they experienced great pressure too. Nanfeng continued a little dejectedly, the experience from helping boss is enriching and profound, especially when I met those academic great masters. I was totally stunned by their technical jargon. I don't care if I humiliate myself, but I mustn't disgrace boss. Boss is soaring towards the artistic peak. Currently, he still needs more qualifications and experience. When he has accumulated enough, he will definitely be able to achieve the next stage of Galaxy Awards. Boss should find an assistant who is more musically inclined and find someone who understands the highest levels of the music circles to be his manager. As for me, I don't have much affinity with music. I won't be able to help boss much or show my true value at boss's side. Boss treats us well, and we shouldn't be greedy. We have to know our place. Tightly holding on to my position without sufficient ability would only trouble boss. No, boss is still very pleased with you, Yen Biao said. Nanfeng immediately broke out of his emotional rant and became delighted again. Ha ha ha, of course I know boss is really pleased with me. My working attitude is so good. Besides my lack of aptitude towards music, I am actually a whole package. I am even better at dog walking than you two. Yen Biao and Zuiyu. Nanfeng patted the other two's shoulders. I do have to say something about you two. Comrades, as subordinates, we have to think about our boss's interests. You guys have to be more proactive. Yen Biao replied, but our way of thinking might be totally different from boss's. Nanfeng answered with full confidence, that sort of thing will never happen to me. Alright, it's good that you believe in yourself, Yen Biao said with difficulty. With an arm around the shoulder of each comrade, Nanfeng continued, when the private collection hall is constructed, I will have a talk with boss. Actually, when I reported to boss today, I had initially wanted to talk to him about my career plan. But, I don't know why I suddenly felt terrified as I was about to mention it. Ha 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 ha. Nanfeng chuckled, then seemed to ponder. Actually, speaking to boss beforehand would be good too. He could then look around for suitable people. Aha, that's set then. I will write a letter and talk to boss about resigning tomorrow. Zuiyu was deep in thought and froze while drinking the juice. He glanced at Yen Biao. Yen Biao's gaze was blank. Hadn't he once said something similar? Yen Biao quivered when he recalled that experience. He turned to Nanfeng and said seriously, I think you don't have to talk about this. Or, perhaps you can bring this up in a different way. Yen Biao paused for a moment before continuing, you are still rather suitable for your position. Don't underrate yourself. Boss really hasn't thought of replacing you. Nanfeng assumed it was all just consolation. Ha ha ha, I know you guys can't bear to see me go. After all, we have been comrades and colleagues for so long. Yen Biao said, no, I just have a nagging feeling, that you shouldn't say it this way. It sounds hurtful. Zuiyu nodded his head vigorously. Yes, don't say such stuff. It's scary. Nanfeng felt that he was increasingly unable to keep up with Zuiyu and Yen Biao's line of reasoning. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that they had different reasoning because of their different occupations. There was still a rather considerable difference between bodyguards and managers. Having come to that conclusion, Nanfeng didn't probe further. He returned to his own room after he was done chatting with Yen Biao and Zuiyu. The island was very quiet at night. There was only the sound of rustling leaves. Even the crickets were mostly quiet. After a quick shower, Nanfeng sat in front of a table. He opened an electronic file and started to draft job plans. This file was meant for Fang Zhao, so Nanfeng paid particular attention to his use of words. When he was handling matters on Fang Zhao's behalf, many people had contacted Nanfeng. Some wanted to be Fang Zhao's assistant or manager. These people expected that one assistant surely wasn't enough given Fang Zhao's status. Since they couldn't contact Fang Zhao, they had to go through Nanfeng. These people either specialized in music or minored in music during university. Some applicants had dazzling resumes. Nanfeng compiled a list of names to run background checks on. He planned to give Fang Zhao this information with his letter of resignation. Truth be told, Nanfeng really didn't wish to leave. Nanfeng might have been a little big-headed, but he didn't lose his rationality. He understood that the hallowed glow he had and whatever special treatment he received outside was entirely because of Fang Zhao. Naturally, Nanfeng knew he would no longer be treated like this once he left Fang Zhao. There could even be individuals who wanted to get confidential information about Fang Zhao from him. As someone who had struggled in its lowest rungs, Nanfeng knew how complicated the music industry was. Bosses like Fang Zhao were few and far between. The work environment here was relatively straightforward without much plotting and deceit. The job paid well and provided opportunities to experience all sorts of high-grade occasions. Nobody else in the same line of work could compare. Zuiyu and Yen Biao were receiving such high pay without putting in much work. In the past, Nanfeng would have surely been delighted to do the same. But, if he could not feel guilty receiving such high pay now, what would it be like in future? Could he be that shameless? Fang Zhao was currently producing the music for an entire season of Above the Blue Dome of Heaven alone. This was already something that most of the industry would struggle with. Nanfeng believed that he lacked the ability to accompany his boss's struggles. Giving up his own position was necessary. However, he couldn't leave immediately either. When the new replacement came, he would have to guide the replacement before leaving. Newcomers nowadays were impetuous and impatient. And, who knew if they could walk a dog properly? Nanfeng got more and more emotional as he wrote, and his eyes turned red. He sniffled and continued writing. Fang Zhao had just finished going through an amended score sheet and was about to write an email to the production team. The first season of Above the Blue Dome of Heaven would begin airing tonight. The production team was very efficient, and the second season was already in the final stages of post-production. The music studio also contacted Fang Zhao rather frequently for rearrangement requests. During this period, Fang Zhao stayed on the island and didn't have any other pressing issues. Thus, his replies were quick. Today wasn't any different. After scanning an amended music score, he started to type another email. Suddenly, Fang Zhao's typing hands froze. His ears twitched and noticed some extremely high and low frequencies that ordinary people couldn't hear. His expression turned grave, and he quickly put the score away. At the same time, he used his communications device to contact Little Bear. Hide well. Little Bear was in the middle of going to find Fang Zhao to watch a drama together. He stopped in his tracks and locked the storehouse shut. Grasping the black ball in his hand, Little Bear looked at the aquarium that had just been moved over today. Inside, the originally idle sea slug had suddenly become agitated and was knocking on the aquarium walls. Meanwhile, Curly Hair's ears pricked up from where he was lying on the living room sofa. He darted into his own room and quickly hid his gaming console into the explosion-proof barrel. Curly Hair scanned the room and picked out a few more items to store inside. Once all his precious items were properly hidden, Curly Hair eyed the explosion-proof barrel reluctantly for a few more moments before sprinting to the front yard. Fang Zhao had said that if there were any attacks, Curly Hair was to guard the front yard. Under such dangerous circumstances, he would be permitted to bite first. At the same time, Yen Biao and Zuiyu, who were switching patrols, received Fang Zhao's notification. Prepare for combat. Beep beep beep. The island's warning system started sounding. Nanfeng was startled by the alarm. He hurriedly saved the file he had been working on and got up. Concentrated booms sounded in the distance. Some were from the air, while others were from the water. The floorboards beneath him shook. The appearance of an abrupt crisis snapped Nan Feng out of his sentimental state at once. Nan Feng had once undergone military service on planet Baiji. He knew all too well that whatever was happening wasn't small. Something big was happening. Just as he was about to ask in their own chat group, Nan Feng received a voice message from Yen Biao. "Go to the underground room door and wait for me." Nan Feng didn't ask any other questions and changed into proper attire. When he arrived at the underground room, he saw Yen Biao striding over with a tense expression. "What's going on?" Nan Feng asked. He had already started making his own guesses. He wondered if Fang Zhao was cooperating with the military. He thought about the hot topics online about Fang Zhao's mysterious background. He considered the artifacts that were donated a while ago. Yen Biao opened the door and led Nan Feng inside while replying to the question, "The Interplanetary Fund and Tomorrow's Empire have started a war." Nan Feng? Why would the world's top fund and the worst terrorist organization fight here? Although he couldn't understand this logic, Nan Feng didn't have time to think about anything else. "Where are we going now?" Nan Feng asked. "The armory," Yen Biao said as he opened yet another door ahead. Nan Feng was stunned when he saw what was beyond the door. "This is an armory." This was totally different from the garage-sized armory that Nan Feng had envisaged. This could already be called a small base. The quantity and quality of equipment wasn't something that any ordinary person could possess. Some of the newer models couldn't be purchased even if one had all the money. Besides the arms and ammunition, there was even an armored assault mecha. When did this place become like this? Nan Feng swallowed hard. Doesn't this violate regulations? We have permits. Yen Biao walked over to a shelf with a prepared case. Battles far away aren't our business. Our job is just to guard this building well. Pick whichever weapons you need. There are exoskeleton suits there as well. Go pick one out if you need. These are all new models, and the expenses can be claimed. Don't be afraid to use them. Understood. Nan Feng viewed this armory eagerly. He felt his combat spirit reawaken. How long had it been? He hadn't touched those things ever since he left the military. Can I use that? Nan Feng pointed at an 8-meter-tall propulsion armored mecha in the corner. Yen Biao. No, you might be mistakenly killed if you use that. Nan Feng nodded. Understood. The sound of activity outside meant that the fighting between the two sides had gotten intense. Perhaps Yen Biao was concerned about him being mistakenly killed because the enemy's mechas were similar. What's the battle strategy? Nan Feng asked. Boss will guard the backyard. Suiyu will hold the left. I will hold the right. I will defend the front yard. No. Don't bother about the front yard. You be flexible and just watch yourself. Yen Biao mulled for a moment then advised, if the situation in the house turns bad, run towards the front yard. As Yen Biao carried the weapons case and prepared to leave, he shot Nan Feng a complex look. Turn on your internal comms and maintain communications. Don't be shocked regardless of what you see. Understood. Nan Feng had also done covert missions before. Therefore, he didn't find anything strange with what Yen Biao said. Nan Feng hadn't seen actual combat for far too long and lacked regular training. Although he still practiced his shooting from time to time at a range, his body and fitness couldn't compare to before. Furthermore, he wasn't as strong as Yen Biao to begin with, so he needed an upgrade for himself. After equipping the exoskeleton suit, Nan Feng selected his arms. He surely wouldn't be up to Yen Biao and Suiyu's standards after not having experienced real battles in a long time. He would need to defend himself if the fighting drew close. Memories of those years before he left the military came to Nan Feng. Back then, he had also been his squad's top marksman. Even though many people here know something I don't, none of that is important. Before resigning, I, Nan Feng, will give my all one last time. Even if it means sacrificing myself. For my glory as a top marksman. After equipping himself, Nan Feng headed upstairs with the weapons case. Nan Feng thought that the backyard would be under the most pressure since Fang Zhao was stationed there, so he first went there. Flames erupted in the sky from time to time. The mass of trees made it difficult to see the overall situation clearly. However, the loud explosions meant that the fighting between the Interplanetary Fund and Tomorrow's Empire was still raging. Huge fireballs rose into the sky in the distance, and the entire night sky was dyed red. The ground shook, and there was no way to ascertain which side held the advantage. Nanfeng's heart was thumping. He calmed himself down and raised his gun. He looked through the scope and had his finger on the trigger. Here it comes. Nanfeng fixed his sights on a target and prepared to fire. Bang! 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 The target he was aiming at was eliminated before he even fired. Besides this target, there were also sounds of other things falling to the ground. Some were targets Nanfeng had noticed, while others had fallen before he even noticed them. The shots had been fired by Fang Zhao. He was just one person, yet he had such overwhelming and suppressive firepower. Before Nanfeng could even fire, Fang Zhao had already gotten rid of a whole wave. Nanfeng. Never mind. This round of attacks isn't over yet. Nanfeng continued to wait. But, very quickly, Nanfeng sensed something wasn't right when he heard an approaching sound. This movement. Assault mecha. The enemies are actually using an assault mecha. The defense systems were fully engaged and stopped bullets and cannons in the air. Still, the enemy offensive came quickly and ferociously. Nanfeng was concerned that the Interplanetary Fund wouldn't be able to stop it, but Yen Biao had said that they would be okay if they could hold out against this wave. Nevertheless, the situation seemed very unfavorable for them against an assault mecha. The guns they had weren't enough. Nanfeng glanced at the weapons case he brought over and brainstormed how best to help Fang Zhao defend the area. Suddenly, he saw the mecha ahead being kicked away. Indeed, Fang Zhao had kicked that mecha. And it was sent flying away. The mecha crashed into the ground, leaving a crater. Nanfeng. This doesn't make sense. My boss has superhuman strength. He then surveyed the backyard. The defense system along with his superhuman boss made Nanfeng entirely useless. He couldn't even find an opportunity to raise his gun. Doesn't it seem like I'm not needed here? Now aware of this cruel truth, Nanfeng didn't delay any more. He quashed his turbulent doubts and moved to reposition himself. He didn't know how Fang Zhao could be this strong. Perhaps Fang Zhao's body was aided by some confidential and highly advanced technology. However, he didn't have much time to mull over this. Yen Biao had told him not to be shocked, regardless of what he saw. Perhaps he had meant this. Nanfeng tossed away the random thoughts and listened intently for outside activity. He checked the defense system's real-time metrics. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were to the left and right. Due to the terrain, these sides were under less offensive pressure. With the defense system, Yen Biao and Zuiyu were doing fine for the time being and didn't need Nanfeng's support. Check the front yard. Yen Biao said there was no need to bother about the front yard. Does that mean that the Interplanetary Fund is handling that? However, Nanfeng still felt anxious. From the sounds of things, it seemed like the gunfire intensity was increasing. The front yard was hard to defend. There would be a lot of pressure if more enemy mechas mobilized. Nanfeng carried his weapons case and headed in the direction of the front yard. The lights within the house had all been extinguished. Nanfeng was very familiar with the house, so between his knowledge and the flashes of explosion, Nanfeng moved very quickly. Nanfeng stopped in his tracks when he passed by the living room. The main door wasn't tightly shut. However, there wasn't any sign of forced entry, and the defense system hadn't issued any warning of a breach. The main door would automatically shut if no one had activated it to open. But now, there was a dog tag stuck in between, preventing it from being closed fully. Nanfeng found that dog tag very familiar. It belonged to Curly Hair. Nanfeng had seen it when he was out walking Curly Hair today. No wonder he hadn't heard any barks from Curly Hair throughout this great ruckus. It seemed as though he had run out. But, at such a time, there was only one outcome for a pet dog running into a battlefield. He would be obliterated to the point of no remains. All Nanfeng could do was pray that Curly Hair would have enough luck to survive the battlefield. 300 million, no, a priceless dog. Nanfeng's heart ached dearly, and his eyes welled up. In Nanfeng's eyes, Curly Hair was no longer purely a pet dog. Besides the value, there were sentiments from having known each other for so long, and Nanfeng felt an additional sense of responsibility for him. Curly Hair had even rendered meritorious service and was unlike any other. Nanfeng tried listening attentively again but didn't hear Curly Hair's barks. He wasn't inside, and there weren't any dog barks from outside. Nanfeng's tears were on the verge of flowing. However, this wasn't the time to be sad. Nanfeng kept his feelings in check as he shoved the dog tag into his pocket. He shut the main door tightly and went up to a window on the second floor. Downstairs didn't afford a very good view of the battlefield. Now that he had a better vantage point, Nanfeng's eyebrows twitched. Debris, grass and dirt were sent into the air as loud booms rang out continuously. Under the flashes of cannon fire and explosions, there was a threatening metallic glimmer. With his naked eye, Nanfeng saw a huge robot-like monster running down everything without any resistance behind all the blazes and smoke. Of the three mechas at the front, one was stomped, one was sent flying and the last one was bitten in half. There was another mecha not too far away that had been disabled in the first confrontation. When that monster turned around and returned, it stomped on the mecha again. The metal screeched as fragments and sparks scattered. The scene was extremely brutal. Nanfeng felt suffocated. Nanfeng's bulging eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He felt every single cell in his body trembling. He closed the windows as quickly as he could and ran towards the underground room. At the same time, he called out to Yen Biao through the comms. "Brother Biao. The enemy is using some secret weapon. The front yard can't be held any longer. That fiendish monster is definitely a demonic entity. It can crush a mecha as easily as one crushes a can. That is something totally beyond our means to defend against. Our weapons won't do anything to it. I am going to the armory now to see whether there is anything we can use." Even though he had only gotten a few glimpses, Nanfeng was certain that if that assault mecha below ground had a combat level of 100, that monster in the front yard was definitely over 9,000. How can we even fight it? Now, Nanfeng could only hope that the Interplanetary Fund would send reinforcements over as soon as possible. He didn't know how long they could hold out in the house. Or, if Fang Zhao came over, they could perhaps hold out a little while more. While Nanfeng's thoughts were running wild, he heard Yen Biao say, "That is our secret weapon." Screech. Nanfeng's shoes slid against the ground as he came to a sudden stop. Huh. Nanfeng was taken aback. "That's Curly Hair." Yen Biao added. Nanfeng. Nanfeng thought he was hearing things. What did he say that thing was? Curly Hair. I don't believe that. His entire world turned dizzy. In a daze, Nanfeng stumbled back to the window. He widened his eyes and watched the scene outside without blinking. That robotic monster ferociously ripped a mecha in two with its teeth and tossed the half in its mouth into the air. After taking a few shots on its body, it shook off all the fragments as though it was dirt before going on another rampage. Nanfeng's entire body was trembling. It bit through another mecha. Although Yen Biao hadn't seen it personally, he could picture the scene that Nanfeng described. Don't be shocked, it's just a basic function. Nanfeng. Basic function? What basic function? He had heard every single word clearly, yet it seemed like he didn't understand a single word that was said. His disarrayed mind was falling apart. Nanfeng's whole mind was a chaotic mess. But, as an elite who had once served on planet Baiji, Nanfeng still had the ability to steady himself despite having left the force many years ago. He even had some slight doubts about his life. He had always thought himself as a core member of the team, but from the look of things, the truth was really cruel. No wonder Yen Biao and Zuiyu always seemed like they were hiding stuff whenever he was holding the dog. Nanfeng wanted to slap himself. Where's my keen insight? Has it degenerated? Nanfeng couldn't help asking, did you all know already? Yen Biao said, that's not important. Since Nanfeng had already seen what was happening in the front yard, Yen Biao no longer kept it from him. Don't bother about the front yard and just guard the house. All you have to do is get rid of any intruders who manage to sneak through. Be careful with the rocket launcher. It's best if you don't get caught up in the front yard. Logic goes out the window when that dog gets excited. He might not be able to differentiate between friend or foe. If you accidentally hit the dog with a rocket, he might come after you. Staying in the house is the safest. If the defense doesn't hold and too many enemies sneak through, go run to the front yard and shout Curly Hair's name loudly. He can protect you. Remember, you must shout loudly. Otherwise, he might overlook or accidentally injure you. Nanfeng's trembling intensified. He took deep breaths to calm his thumping heart. His thoughts that were running wild. No matter how great the shocks were, he still had to suppress them at such a time. Since the dog was on their side, those firing at the dog were the enemy. The interplanetary fund troops weren't important. All they needed was their very own dog. With this line of thought, Nanfeng felt more relieved. All right. I'll stay in the house. Let me know if you guys require support on your side. Cough. Brother Biao, will this curly hair really recognize me if I shout loudly? Doubts remained as Nanfeng watched the robotic monster rampage in the front yard. Did the killing machine still retain its rationality? Would it stop to save him? Yen Biao fell silent. He didn't know whether Curly Hair would recognize Nanfeng. However, those were Fang Zhao's instructions. Don't worry. He will surely recognize you. Nanfeng relaxed slightly. He trusted his old comrade Yen Biao very much. As he continued watching, the robotic monster swatted aside a mecha, looked over and began wagging its tail. Nanfeng. Nanfeng had a bad feeling. He saw that monster raise its head and howl at the moon. Then, he heard the mechanical buzz of machinery. Nanfeng. The mechanical voice left Nanfeng scared witless. Nanfeng's entire body was frozen stiff. After having just calmed down, his mental state was obliterated again. It talked. Nanfeng stared, flabbergasted at the scene outside the window. He saw that dog excitedly stomp on a few invaders once more. Look! I've made a good contribution again. I caught another one. Oh whoa. Then, it bit another mecha and dragged it around like a stuffed toy. The mecha clattered on the ground. Sparks and smoke appeared from dislodged parts. Nanfeng, his soul had left his body. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words he had told Curly Hair not too long ago. Curly Hair, boss will be happy if you do good deeds. He may even reward you. Bite if you find one. Bite both if there are two. Bite as many as you can. I will take responsibility for any issue. Nanfeng wished he could turn back time and return to that moment. Why did I have to speak this nonsense? Curly Hair was oblivious to Nanfeng's emotions. He remembered what Nan Feng had said about making amends by doing good. Feats in battle had to have witnesses too. Who could verify his deeds if all the surveillance cameras malfunctioned? Fang Zhao was in the backyard, while Yen Biao and Zuiyu were on the two sides. He didn't have any other friends here to bear witness. Thus, Curly Hair was very happy when he noticed Nan Feng looking over. With a witness, he wouldn't have to worry that his efforts at destroying the mechas going unnoticed. Curly Hair killed and devoured humans as well as mechas. Nan Feng, his soul continued to leave his body. After Curly Hair got rid of all intruders in the front yard, reinforcements from the Interplanetary Fund arrived. No other hostiles were detected in the vicinity of the house for quite some time. Fang Zhao also received a message from the Interplanetary Fund. Their mission was complete, and all that remained were some trivial matters that didn't concern him. The crisis was over. Fang Zhao briefly informed the other three of the situation and instructed them to clear the battlefield. They were to get rid of any remaining intruders who had snuck through the defenses. Fang Zhao himself had to head to other areas of the island to check if there were any hidden enemies. In the front yard, Curly Hair transformed back to his pet dog form. Wagging his tail happily, he came running back to the house, then found himself locked outside. Curly Hair glanced at the tightly sealed door, then looked up towards the second-floor window. "Open the door." "Awoo." Nan Feng ambled down. He mustered up his courage and carefully inched over to the closed main door. He opened it with shaking hands. He stared at the small pet dog he was so familiar with. It was still the same Curly Hair. Yet, it wasn't that Curly Hair. When it came close, Nanfeng's knees buckled. He slumped to the ground. Curly Hair ignored Nanfeng and rushed straight into his room. Moments later, he came out and circled around the main door. "Where's my tag? I left it to hold the door open." Curly Hair couldn't find his own dog tag. Shivering, Nanfeng quickly drew out the dog tag from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. It was better to close the door. No, if intruders made it in, I would be able to rush into the house and clean them out. If these thieves really wanted to enter, would a closed door make any difference? Nanfeng. This dog even has rather astute logic. Nanfeng added, "I was actually worried that your dog tag would be damaged. I was keeping it safe." Curly Hair was delighted when he heard that. Upon seeing that his dog tag wasn't damaged, he no longer cared about Nanfeng closing the door. The smoke and fires in the vicinity of the house were already starting to disperse. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were cleaning up the battlefield. They had suffered some minor injuries. After a while, they came over to the front yard to check things out. Seeing the scattered wreckage, Yen Biao exclaimed, "Curly Hair has gotten stronger again. Consuming those power ores weren't a waste at all." Nanfeng. Ore? What ore? Were power ores meant to be eaten? Nanfeng asked hesitantly, "Is there anything else I don't know about?" Yen Biao looked towards him with furrowed brows and an open mouth. He asked, "What happened to your eye?" Nanfeng touched his slightly protruding left eye. "Nothing, it's probably just a little damaged. I'll change it when I get back." The blow he had suffered was too great. His exquisite top-of-the-line smart left eyeball which he had purchased for more than $1 million had gone haywire. An eyeball worth more than $1 million. Nanfeng rubbed his face. He never thought that there would actually be a day he could accept such an expensive eyeball spoiling in such a calm fashion. Nanfeng was no longer in any mood to grieve over that really expensive eyeball. He watched Curly Hair scampering around the area, sniffing and licking randomly as though he was out playing. Sometimes, Curly Hair would disappear into the nighttime darkness and come darting back moments later covered in dirt and leaves. In the past, Nanfeng would have gone and carried Curly Hair back. But now, he didn't dare go over. He was even afraid of calling out. "What is Curly Hair doing?" Nanfeng asked. Yen Biao glanced over at Curly Hair and said, "Didn't boss say to clean up the battlefield?" Curly Hair is sniffing around the area to check for bombs. Bombs? Nanfeng jumped up in fright. Can't the defense system scan for them? Just in case. The enemy might have some that can't be detected by the system. Besides explosives, there may be other dangerous materials or radioactive waste. Curly Hair rendered meritorious service when on assignment with spaceport inspection teams. He is especially sensitive to the smell of those dangerous things. You can't just put it this way. Can we rely on Curly Hair completely? Also, how does he dispose of dangerous materials? I don't even see any explosive-proof boxes. Don't just stand there. Do something. Are there any other sensors? I will help too. Nanfeng was anxious to head inside and search for equipment when Yen Biao added, "Boss said." Nanfeng stopped in his tracks and turned his head stiffly. What did boss say? Boss said to just leave the cleanup to Curly Hair. Yen Biao's eyes darted towards where Curly Hair was in the distance. His expression became serious and he pointed a finger. He discovered something. Nanfeng turned to look as well. He watched as Curly Hair bit a piece of a flattened mecha and tossed it aside. His mouth suddenly enlarged to an exaggerated size and swallowed the hidden stuff beneath. A slight rumble came from Curly Hair's gut. Curly Hair belched and let out a loud fart. A smoky smell wafted over. Nanfeng. Yen Biao calmly said, "Oh, it's a bomb." Nanfeng. Nanfeng rigidly sat to the ground. Ashen-faced, he stared at the sky. Didn't this scene seem a little familiar? As expected of our 300 million yuan dog. He even glitters like gold under the sun. It's my first time seeing a dog fart. Curly Hair deserves his 300 million yuan tag. Both his burp and fart linger for some time. It even smells like smoke. Nanfeng was in a daze. Back then, how did I have the courage to dare stop this dog? Yen Biao patted Nanfeng on the shoulder. Therefore, we can just leave this matter to Curly Hair. It's safe and efficient. We just have to clear up some junk or shoot anyone who still might be breathing. Nanfeng. As Nanfeng was trying his hardest to regain his composure, Fang Zhao was sifting through the woods to deal with those hidden invaders. The main battlefield between the Interplanetary Fund and Tomorrow's Empire was at some innocuous planet. Today, Little Bear was the invaders' target. Tomorrow's Empire's attack here meant that something had gone wrong. Either they had spies within the Interplanetary Fund or that they had some other way to pinpoint Little Bear's location. Fortunately, the Interplanetary Fund had backup plans. The majority of the offensive had already been stopped outside the island. Otherwise, even Curly Hair wouldn't have been able to protect Little Bear. Ever since Little Bear's arrival, Fang Zhao had used the pretext of composing in seclusion to decline visits. Fang Zhao had quickly finished up any work on the island related to the discovery of the artifacts and limited Nanfeng's time on the island by dispatching him to manage the artifact distribution. Nevertheless, Nanfeng had finally come across this revelation. Fang Zhao raised his gun and shot a person hiding in the tall grass before continuing his search. There was no need for him to see. He could accurately determine every enemy in hiding just based on his hearing ability. Their breathing, heartbeat and any minute sounds couldn't escape his ears. Nightfall didn't affect him in the slightest bit. Although there were continuous explosions in the distance, it was already quiet enough for Fang Zhao. During the period of destruction, chaos had been the norm. Elsewhere, a person hid himself behind a boulder and vegetation. He continuously suppressed his presence and even his scent. He was one of the ringleaders of today's mission to invade the island. Their plan was to spare no expense in breaching the Interplanetary Fund's defenses, invade the island and capture Little Bear. According to their plans, they should have been able to gain control within half an hour. But in reality, half an hour had gone by, and they had yet to even come close to that house. He had already lost contact with the majority of personnel in the invasion force. Not a single one of those assault mechas responsible for the frontal assault of the front yard could be contacted. He suspected that there were errors in the reports. This place was definitely a trap set up by the Interplanetary Fund. He wasn't sure about the situation at the front yard. But in the backyard, the person who appeared like the shadow of death was too strange. That person fired shots decisively without any hint of hesitation. It was near impossible to determine who was being targeted. According to reason, there wasn't even any time to aim. It would even appear as if that person was randomly firing. But in reality, someone would fall each time a shot rang out. It was literally a one-shot one-kill. The leader reckoned that he wouldn't have survived without his swift retreat. However, according to the unclear image he had received, wasn't that Fang Zhao? In the past, he had felt that all the news about Fang Zhao was exaggerated. He was just a musician. Sure, Fang Zhao also played games well, but those were games. Even if Fang Zhao had a military background, he still wouldn't have treated Fang Zhao as a serious threat. However, this experience had totally changed his perspective. Also, reports said that Fang Zhao was a good-natured person and benevolent person. How the F***ck is this benevolent? Everyone lied to me. I would believe it if someone told me he was a professional killer or a veteran. How the F***ck is he an artistic youth? What kind of artistic youth can kill a bunch of hardened killers? No, there's another possibility. That person is absolutely not Fang Zhao. He recalled this harrowing experience and replayed each scene in slow motion in his mind. Some minute details became clearer. Clearly, only one person had suppressed and beat the sh*t out of them from the start. Fang Zhao's killer intent couldn't even be sensed. Based on how easily Fang Zhao had kicked the mecha away, the terrorist wondered whether Fang Zhao was using undisclosed Interplanetary Fund exoskeleton technology. He had a suspicion that it wasn't Fang Zhao, but a killing machine trained by the Interplanetary Fund. Is it Fang Zhao or not? Suddenly, he froze. A pair of feet stopped not too far away. He could sense the dagger-like stare on his body. Cold beads of sweat started flowing down his back. Raising his head, he peeked at the person. That person's silhouette was blurry under the cover of darkness. But, under the momentary flash of an explosion, he saw that person's appearance and a pair of chillingly cold eyes. It was the face that he saw on screens often, yet it seemed somewhat unfamiliar at this moment. He meticulously studied Fang Zhao's appearance and face for any anomalies. That was indeed Fang Zhao's face. This face appeared on commercials throughout the various continents nowadays. There was no way he couldn't remember what it looked like. The lively Fang Zhao on screens had a somewhat gentle demeanor even when he wasn't smiling. The celebrity Fang Zhao that the public knew shouldn't be like this. But at this sort of time, he wished that the person before him was Fang Zhao, that genius composer in the music world. Because, if this were so, he would still have a slight chance to survive. After all, musicians were more sentimental and were easily led on by emotions. With this in mind, he suddenly had an idea. Don't shoot. He tossed his gun aside and raised both hands in the air. You mustn't kill me. Do you know who I am? He yelled. Fang Zhao stared at him. The terrorist gritted his teeth. I am the period of destruction's Fang Zhao's descendant. Bang! The only reply he got was a bullet. The hand that had reached for the dagger hidden in his sleeves became limp. Up to the moment he died, he couldn't understand exactly what the Interplanetary Fund had promised Fang Zhao. Why didn't Fang Zhao even have the slightest bit of hesitancy when firing? Weren't musicians sentimental? Fang Zhao had even acted as Fang Zhao in the Period of Destruction series. Shouldn't hearing Period of Destruction's Fang Zhao shock you a little? If he were still alive, he would definitely yell this at Fang Zhao, you aren't Fang Zhao. Many people thought of Fang Zhao as a good-natured person. Nobody had seen Fang Zhao lose his temper before. However, nobody knew that Fang Zhao had once been on equal footing with the founding-era great generals. There was no way he could be soft-hearted. Fang Zhao went through the other areas of the island before returning to the house. His icy cold gaze gradually disappeared, replaced by his normal placid expression. The cannon fire in the distance had gradually quietened down as well. This battle had arrived abruptly and concluded just the same. After everything had calmed down, Fang Zhao contacted the Interplanetary Fund's medical team to arrange for a checkup and treatment for Zuiyu, Yan Biao and Nanfeng. Yan Biao and Zuiyu had gotten hurt defending the house. Nanfeng hadn't suffered any harm except for the problem with his eye. His man-made left eye had malfunctioned. The medical team gave him a temporary disposable eye for him to use. However, even this sort of disposable eye also cost several 100,000 yuan. Nanfeng wouldn't have used it if he had had to pay for it himself. Fortunately, this was considered a work-related injury that was covered by the Interplanetary Fund. After removing his scrambled eye, Nanfeng placed it carefully in a box. After all, it cost more than 1,000,000 yuan. Nanfeng had initially thought he would be able to use it until he was old. However, it was now damaged and couldn't even be resold for much money. Nanfeng had no intention of selling it and decided to keep it as a memento. When dawn broke, the sea surrounding the island had already been cleaned up. The Interplanetary Fund personnel then started to restore the island. Troops who had participated in this battle didn't leave. They would continue to be stationed in the vicinity of the island until Little Bear left. Fang Zhao let Yan Biao and Zuiyu rest before looking towards Nanfeng. "Come with me." Nanfeng followed Fang Zhao to the study apprehensively. "I didn't want you to know about all of this," Fang Zhao said. "I know you have your career plans. If you chose to leave, not knowing would be the best for you." Nanfeng actually had some grievances at first, but he understood what Fang Zhao meant. Knowing too much was dangerous. If he had wanted to just remain in the entertainment circles purely as a manager, not knowing all these secrets would be much easier. But now, he was in the know and had personally witnessed all these. All he could say was that it was bad luck. If he had come during the day and left before it got dark as always, he would still be oblivious to it all. Fang Zhao continued, "There are 2 contracts to choose from here. Think over them and make a choice. You can't leave the island until you have made your choice." "Understood." Nanfeng's eyes well up and his voice became raspy. "Boss, I know you are doing this for my own good. I will contemplate seriously." Nanfeng brought both contracts to his own room and went through them seriously. One consisted of compensation for psychological damage and work-related injuries. The compensation for psychological damage was understandable. Nanfeng had suffered a great shock last night which could very well leave a long-lasting psychological scar. The compensation for work-related injuries was for Nanfeng to buy a new artificial eye to replace the damaged one. The sum was a lot. It was more than enough to get one that wasn't any worse than the previous one. Nanfeng was touched to tears when he saw the amount of compensation. While wiping away the snot from his nose, he flipped to the second agreement and continued to go through the written contents. Nanfeng blinked several times, then reread every word carefully for fear that he was seeing things. "A manager. I can convert." Nanfeng was both delighted and at a loss. "Do I take the money, sign a confidentiality clause and leave? Or do I just sign the agreement to become a manager?" While at a loss, Nanfeng opened the electronic file of the letter he had saved. He looked through the contents in silence for some time, then clicked delete. He wouldn't have to use this anymore regardless of whichever choice he made. Fang Zhao had given some time for Nanfeng to calm down and analyze the pros and cons before making the choice. Nanfeng didn't know what to do. He couldn't leave the island now, nor did he have any other tasks. Nanfeng didn't look at the chats on his communications device either and decided to head out for a walk to clear his head. When he stepped out, he noticed that Yen Biao had just come out from his room as well. Not catching up on sleep? Nanfeng asked. Yen Biao shrugged. I couldn't fall asleep, so I came out to take a look. How about yourself? What did boss say to you? Are you still going to resign? Nanfeng shook his head. Boss asked me to consider a few options. I also don't know how to choose. That's fine. Calm down first and use your new outlook to make a career plan. Yen Biao patted Nanfeng on the shoulder and looked towards the door. If you are alright now, you can bring Curly Hair out for a walk around the island. Perhaps it can help you realize new things. Nanfeng didn't dare. He had witnessed Curly Hair devouring humans last night. There was no way Nanfeng wouldn't be afraid of being in close contact with such a dangerous creature. But when he thought about the manager agreement, Nanfeng thought, why not give it a try? He had to try it before knowing whether he could accept this position. If he could withstand the pressure of walking this sort of dog, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. If he couldn't accept it, then he could only choose the first contract and leave with the money. Curly Hair was getting ready to head out when Nanfeng decided to come out. Fang Zhao had instructed Curly Hair to sweep the fringes of the island once. After he was done, he would be allowed to play games. Nanfeng went up and stopped Curly Hair. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Curly Hair. I'll go together with you. Curly Hair thought about it. If he discovered anything, Nanfeng could be his witness. Alright, whoa. But you have to run faster. Oh. Nanfeng glanced at the cupboard beside the door out of habit when he thought about walking the dog. There are interplanetary fund personnel still near the island. We will need the leash. Nanfeng suddenly realized he sounded stupid. If Curly Hair wanted to bite someone, would a slender rope hold him back? He could bite through a mecha, let alone a leash. As he glanced at the leash in the cupboard, Nanfeng felt that the leash was so brittle. Hurry up, Nanfeng. Curly Hair urged from outside. Coming. Nanfeng could no longer be bothered with the leash and hurried out. He had to watch Curly Hair carefully and not let him bite other people. Thus, Curly Hair scampered ahead while Nanfeng followed behind. As he watched Curly Hair, Nanfeng was curious. How could a small dog like this become such a huge robotic monster? Was he an extraterrestrial breed? Or a product of interplanetary fund experiments? However, if he were the experimental product of interplanetary fund research, then surely he wouldn't be the only one. Furthermore, Fang Zhao already had Curly Hair before making a name for himself. Did that mean Curly Hair was some unknown extraterrestrial life form? The frightening scene of the huge robotic dog stomping on mechas flashed through his mind, and Nanfeng recalled some things that he had never noticed. When Fang Zhao had moved into the new place, Nanfeng had bought an alloy chair capable of supporting the weight of an elephant as a gift for Fang Zhao. A few days later, that chair had been completely flattened. Nanfeng hadn't thought too much about it, but now, he reckoned that it had been stomped on by the dog. While on their rounds, they came across a small interplanetary fund team responsible for restoring the island. Curly Hair immediately stuck out his tongue and started panting as though he was tired from all that running. Nanfeng. I will no longer be deceived by this facade anymore. An act. It's all an act. This dog had undergone advanced studies together with Fang Zhao at Huangzhou Academy of Art. However, while Fang Zhao had studied music, this dog had studied acting. This dog acted very well at all times. Curly Hair could seamlessly switch between different personas. Even Nanfeng had been fooled. After the interplanetary fund personnel were out of sight, Curly Hair retracted his tired dog form and picked up speed. Curly Hair. Nanfeng called out. Curly Hair glanced over suspiciously. Whoa. Although he found it rather awkward, Nanfeng's nervousness receded slightly seeing that Curly Hair seemed easy to talk to. Don't rush off. Let's talk for a bit. Otherwise, we won't get to chat anymore after I leave, Nanfeng said. Curly Hair was initially disgruntled at being called back, but he was shocked upon hearing the latter half. His dog eyes shimmered with tears, and he whimpered reluctantly. Don't go, Nanfeng. If Nanfeng left and a new person was brought in, Curly Hair would have to act as a pet dog once again. Snacking would become harder, and he wouldn't be able to game openly. Nanfeng finally discovered the truth after great difficulty. How could he be allowed to leave just like that? Furthermore, Nanfeng was quick-witted, and Curly Hair could seek him out if there was something he required. Yan Biao and Zuiyu weren't as good as Nanfeng in this aspect. Perhaps if Fang Zhao confiscated his game consoles again, Curly Hair could still use Nanfeng to satisfy his cravings in secret. That retro handheld console from Planet Eam came from Nanfeng's contributions. And, he could play games while out on walks. Meanwhile, in Nanfeng's mind, Nanfeng was extremely touched. Look! What a great dog! Treating him well hasn't been in vain. This isn't the reluctance of a pet to part with its owner. This is recognition of my ability. This proves that my importance cannot be replaced. Nanfeng's self-confidence soared. I, King Nanfeng, have come back to life. The scales have tipped in my favor. Becoming an official manager, standing even taller, higher wages, and even more pressure. But, is there anything that comes without pressure? Pressure is proof of great responsibility. Only this sort of job is fitting of I, King Nanfeng. The word manager is calling. My hot blood is soaring. How exciting. Besides, no matter what happens in future, I also have backers. A superhuman boss, and an insanely powerful dog. What else can faze me? My outlook and perspective is no longer the same. Looking back, the me from last night is really too naive. So what if I don't have musical talent? Can those with an academic background compare with me? Do they have as strong hearts as me? Are they as capable of walking a dog as me? Who can even compare to me? Even though Nanfeng had suffered many different shocks at once, he was able to get over them much faster than Yan Biao and Zuiyu. Furthermore, his self-confidence was brimming. Fang Zhao had given him time to consider. In 2 days, Nanfeng created his new manager career plan. He brought this career plan with him to seek out Fang Zhao and sign the second contract. Stepping out of the house once again, Nanfeng gazed at the clouds in the distance and clenched his fist. Yan Biao saw this and asked, "You signed as a manager?" Nanfeng didn't answer immediately and said, "Listen." "Listen to what?" Yan Biao asked. "The sound of dreams being realized. It is really wondrous. As long as you are happy." Nanfeng smiled and looked around. "Where's Curly Hair? He's been inside his room all this time. How can a dog be a shut-in all the time?" Nanfeng felt something was amiss when he said that. If Curly Hair really wanted to go out, nobody could stop him unless the boss didn't permit it. What happened? What is he doing in the room? Nanfeng asked. Gaming. He played through the night again, Yan Biao replied calmly. Nanfeng? What sort of nonsense are you spewing? Nanfeng didn't want to believe it, but this dog could become a robot monster and could talk. Being able to game seemed acceptable. Yan Biao felt pity for his comrade. On his first day in a new post, he received another psychological shock. The next day, Yan Biao no longer felt this way. Nanfeng was gaming together with Curly Hair, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Yan Biao. Do people capable of becoming managers have such hearts of steel? Besides the matter with Curly Hair, Nanfeng also learned of the existence of Little Bear and now knew that the island had been attacked because of this individual. When Curly Hair was gaming, Little Bear would come over and drag Fang Zhao to catch up on dramas together. Since everyone in the house already knew of his existence, he wasn't willing to spend all his time hiding in the underground room. A month later, Interplanetary Fund personnel came over to pick up Little Bear. The Interplanetary Fund's highest authority Yu Hua had come personally. Yu Hua smiled as she shook Fang Zhao's hands and expressed her sincerity. "Thank you for your hard work." Whether it had been saving Yuanzheng on Planet Yin back then or protecting Little Bear this time, Fang Zhao had done a great deal for the outer space immigration plan and the future of interstellar travel. Yu Hua dismissed Little Bear to play by himself elsewhere so she could speak to Fang Zhao in private. Nan Feng, Zui Yu, and Yen Biao also took the initiative to give the two some private space. The things discussed between big shots would surely be highly confidential. The three of them understood that the more they knew, the more pressure they would have. Curly Hair scrutinized both people, then returned to his room to game. He knew he would have to start lessons and tests again once the Interplanetary Fund people left. His unrestricted play time was coming to an end, so he had to play as much as he could now. In the study, Yu Hua and Fang Zhao were the only ones there. Before Little Bear was sent to the island, Fang Zhao had told Yu Hua in their long-distance call that he would protect Little Bear. And, once the matter concluded, Yu Hua would tell Fang Zhao about herself and her family's origins. Fang Zhao had never once let his guard down with regards to these visitors from beyond the stars. Yu Hua scrutinized Fang Zhao. When she first met Fang Zhao at the beginning, she only viewed Fang Zhao as a junior to be given much encouragement. Now, she treated Fang Zhao as a peer of the same level. They both were extraordinary. Her forebears had different genes, whereas Fang Zhao changed through external factors. The two of them each had their own secrets. She took the cup of tea Fang Zhao handed over and smiled mildly. "Just as you guessed, my grandfather, who everyone knows as Great Master Hengxin, is indeed not from this planet. He is from a distant stellar system. He came here by chance and had no way of returning. Therefore, until he passed, he devoted his fullest efforts towards interstellar travel-related technology. He also cooperated with the native military to harness power or for warp engines. Nobody would have imagined that the godly engineer and research fanatic everyone called Great Master Hengxin was actually an alien. His experiments had brought him to a remote place that he had no way of returning from. Thus, he had no choice but to make contact with the natives and impart space flight technology to them. There were also 7 super-intelligent robots that came together with grandfather. These were his work assistants. They are different from the AI that most people are familiar with. Their intelligence levels are much higher. You can just treat them as another type of human. Little Bear is one of them. The superintelligences could follow orders, but they also knew how to defy them. After my grandfather passed, 6 of the superintelligences started to diverge, and there was a defection. The Interplanetary Fund suffered great losses, and the research on warp engines stalled. Fortunately, there were quite a number of talents who had been groomed. Although they lacked the specialized core guidance, they were still able to sustain the project at that time. Although progress was slow, any progress was still a good thing. That was, until you discovered the Alcade. Of the 7 superintelligences, only Little Bear was left. This was because the Alcade had encountered malfunctions and was uncontactable. However, it turned out to be the best of all the misfortunes. Because, with his return, the new generation of warp engines has arrived 2 decades earlier than original estimates. Although those 6 super-intelligent robots are gone, their navigation cores still exist. These cores can't be replicated with current technological standards. Many years ago, Tomorrow's Empire took advantage of the chaos to snatch one away. They hid the core very well, and we had our misgivings. This was also the reason why the Interplanetary Fund never made any move against them all this while. However, after Little Bear returned, finding these navigation cores became much easier. Therefore, we snatched it back this time. Yu Hua recounted this story in a calm fashion. However, the scenes this little island experienced meant that it wasn't difficult to imagine how much more intense the fighting at the main battlefield was. There was payback for the animosity of the past and present. The Interplanetary Fund had combined with the military for an all-out offensive this time. Even if the Tomorrow's Empire wasn't completely wiped out, they had definitely been dealt a mortal blow. At this point, Yu Hua glanced at Fang Zhao with a serious expression. Before my grandfather passed, he told me something. We are staying here, and we didn't come to trample over their home. My grandmother is a native, and my father was also born on this planet. Therefore, to us, this is also our home planet. What about you? Where were you born? Fang Zhao asked. Planet Een. The discovery of Planet Een was actually made much earlier than the public date. At that time, our Interplanetary Fund and the military joined hands to establish a base on Planet Een. I was born there and looked after by a robot nanny. This went on until I was 3 and accidentally ripped the arms of a cleaning robot off. Thus, my grandfather brought me to his side and guided me personally. Later, he announced that I would be his successor in the Interplanetary Fund. Fang Zhao, that was a lot of information. Yu Hua's tone flattened. It was because he did gene testing and discovered that I was the strongest in the family and capable of living the longest. Fang Zhao. Our future plans include reconstructing navigation cores. When warp engines reach a certain level, that will be when we truly realize interstellar flight and will be able to travel even further. Fang Zhao was very concerned about this matter. How long will the reconstruction of cores take? There's no definite answer. It might be several decades or possibly over a century. Fang Zhao fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I hope that the speed of your success will be swifter than my aging. Little Bear was really reluctant when it was time to leave. Must I return to work now? Yu Hua smiled at him but didn't say anything. Little Bear then glanced at Fang Zhao. Brother Zhao, do you want to sell that rabbit? It can light up and even give early warnings. Fang Zhao knew that Little Bear was talking about the sea slug. Is it convenient for you to keep it there? Of course, of course. I have a huge pond. I can remodel it into an aquarium. In the water tank, the 2 rabbit ears of the sea slug fluttered back and forth with the ripples of the current as if it was sending a greeting. Fang Zhao picked up the water tank and brought it over. You can have it. A pair of fair hands reached out and accepted it. Thank you. Little Bear's outstretched hands stopped in mid-air and he turned his head towards Yu Hua. Yu Hua held the water tank in one hand and patted Little Bear's head with the other. We should go. Fang Zhao then said, this sea slug is a man-made organism. The breeder didn't fully uncover all its secrets. All that is known is that it has a strong survivability and a high level of toxicity. It's best to lock the water tank tightly. It knows how to jailbreak, so you too should pay more attention to it. When it was kept here, Fang Zhao always had to worry whether it would jailbreak, escape to the ocean and wreck the food chain and ecosystem. He wouldn't need to worry as much if it was brought to Planet Een. It would die if it broke free there. Little Bear pledged, I will look after it well. I will send updates of it every day. Fang Zhao, that won't be necessary. I have to. When the time comes, I will make a robot AI sea slug and send it to you. Little Bear hugged Fang Zhao and badgered him for an autographed photo of them together before he reluctantly left. When the house was out of sight, Little Bear asked Yu Hua. Fang Zhao is very concerned with the spaceflight project. Yu Hua nodded. Yes, he even said that he hopes our success will be swifter than his aging. Little Bear sighed. Humans here start to decline after they are over 100. The natives here have different genes and live very short lives. Can we even be certain that we can accomplish this within 100 years? I can't even determine how much time I would need to decipher the core and reconstruct it. Even if 5 generations of warp engines are achieved and interstellar space ships are constructed, we still won't be able to travel far without getting lost if the core isn't reconstructed. He might not necessarily have any significant changes after 100 years, Yu Hua said. Really? Then how much longer can he live? I don't know. Maybe he'll still be around in 500 years. Yu Hua smiled and pulled Little Bear to the flying transport. The personnel from the Interplanetary Fund withdrew completely. Restoration of the island was complete. Even if outsiders came, they wouldn't know that a fierce battle had taken place here. As participants of the battle, Nan Feng, Zui Yu and Yen Biao had received gifts from the Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund had given Nan Feng a new eye. All he needed to do was head to the hospital to install and activate it. Nan Feng giggled sheepishly as he caressed his new eyeball. The Interplanetary Fund's technological level had always been at the forefront. However, their products were usually for the military. It wasn't easy for most people to obtain them. Everything has turned out for the best. Nan Feng was delighted. He wasn't even envious when he saw the exoskeleton suits for Yen Biao and Zui Yu. Who cares about exoskeletons? I have curly hair. Half a year later, the first successful batch of applicants to the Outer Space Immigration Plan was announced. During this time, the whole matter hadn't cooled at all. Every corner of each continent was stirring excitedly and restlessly. Netizens would discuss this topic every day when they were online. On the other hand, companies were still trying to capture the markets. Companies that had once said they wouldn't need brand ambassadors now regularly invited celebrities for both online and offline activities in order to boost their brand recognition. The general public felt that companies that could mobilize the most celebrities and experts were more prestigious. These 6 months were very favorable to celebrities throughout all continents. Even those who had faded from the public eye also experienced a second spring. As the Public Safety Bureau's publicity representative and ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Program, Fang Zhao never once faded from the public's view. Although he didn't accept a single invitation for any commercial activity, people still saw him when they took public transport, watched videos, or visited places of entertainment. Now, Fang Zhao's only billboard endorsements were for Fiery Bird's earphones and game consoles. As the brand ambassador for the Diting series of earphones and 10th generation game console, Fang Zhao helped shoot a few commercials. Fiery Bird broke sales records and laughed all the way to the bank. Final results for the outer space immigration applicants had been released. Some people were excited, while others worried. But, as a whole, this was a good thing. It would forever be engraved in their memories. Television stations from all continents, large broadcasting platforms and private media firms all started to follow up a week before the first immigration ship was scheduled to take off. On the day of launch, everyone was fighting to publish news. Yenzhou. At the ground floor of an apartment complex, a youngster dragged his luggage out of an old and run-down elevator. He was holding on to live broadcast equipment at the same time. Hello, everyone. This is your host, Little Bug. I am setting off already. Nowadays, livestream host Little Bug had a neat, glowing appearance. Even his fingernails were neatly trimmed. Only his old fans would be able to recognize him as the host who always referred to himself as lowly. This person had undergone a 180-degree turn. On the day he received the news that he had passed the audit, he had bawled his heart out before hundreds of thousands of viewers on his live stream. Following that, his outlook and attitude was no longer the same. Little Bug dragged his luggage out of the murky shadows of the apartment complex. I am moving. I submitted an application for welfare housing after my audit results came back, and it has already been approved. At least, I don't have to worry about not having a place to stay or having to be in a dormitory. I also applied for a job and passed that audit too. Now, I just have to go for an interview there. Right now, I am heading to the district's gathering point, where I'll meet with others to go to the station. There, we'll take flying transport to Yenzhou spaceport. I heard that Fang Zhao is also headed there today. After we are done with the procedures at the spaceport, we might be lucky enough to get photos and autographs with him. As he walked along the pathway of the black streets, Little Bug glanced up at the crack of bright blue in between all the skyscrapers that reached beyond the clouds. This was the last time he would be seeing the sky in this manner. The breeze brought the stale and putrid smell, but Little Bug's outlook was completely different already. Little Bug smiled and increased his pace. He spoke to his live stream viewers. I see the gathering point. So many cars. Later on, everyone in our continent's first batch will gather at Yenzhou spaceport for identity verification. I'll be busy later, so I'm stopping my live stream here. Everyone can watch the official live broadcast. This migration will be officially broadcast live. So, everyone, see you guys tomorrow on home number 2. After shutting down the live stream, Little Bug went to register at the district's gathering point before heading to the designated waiting room. Above the blue dome of heaven was being shown on screens in the waiting room. Currently, the series was in its second season, and many people watched it. Everyone thought that the first season was already good, but when the second season came out, it received even better reviews, especially for its music. Streaming numbers for the second seasons were significantly higher than the first's. The first season couldn't even be considered bad. The accompaniment music was interesting and infectious. Anyone hearing it would have an impression of it for some time. However, it wasn't long-lasting, and most people forgot it within a month. On the other hand, people actively searched for the second season's accompaniment music online to save it. Little Bug's own music playlist for his lifestyle was filled with Fang Zhao's pieces, ranging from old works to the current ones from the second season. After waiting for some time in the waiting room, Little Bug was directed to board the vehicle. He wasn't looking at the screen, but the music continued to play in his mind. The flowing sounds of strings combined with the piano's layered notes to depict faraway stars. In the quiet universe, glassy nebulae revolved rhythmically. Tiny drum beats that pounded to the starry rhythm gradually became more distinct and persistent. They broke through fogs and clouds. The glorious lights overwrote the past with each new ray. The mood became brighter with the added sunlight. Their footsteps picked up more spring with the awe-inspiring emotional music. Little Bug and others got aboard the leaving cars. Their apprehension gradually died down as they watched the tall apartment blocks gradually get smaller and the sky become brighter and clearer. Spaciousness feels really great. He wasn't gifted nor a genius. He was just an ordinary person, but when he heard Fang Zhao's music, he felt that he could become whoever he wanted. Therefore, I really freaking love Fang Zhao. A certain hotel in Yenzhou, Qian City. A proud Nanfeng was informing Fang Zhao of the upcoming arrangements. He was no longer acting confident to maintain his image. Right now, he truly looked as though nothing in the world could faze him. Nanfeng himself reckoned that was the case too. Many people who knew the Nanfeng of the past were very shocked by this change. They didn't understand how he could have changed this much in such a short time. When asked, Nanfeng would casually chuckle and joke with them. Before, Nanfeng felt light and airy whenever he was praised. Now, he was unaffected by others' flattery. Others felt that he was pretentious. Nanfeng didn't know whether he was being pretentious. But, he was certain of one thing. In their little troupe, his status was slightly higher than Yan Biao or Zhui Yu's. At 9 o'clock, Yenzhou television station interview. From 10 to 12, publicity representatives of the 12 continent spaceports will have an online dialogue session and answer questions. The motorcade heads to Yenzhou spaceport at 2 in the afternoon. At 3:30. At 4. Ships leave the spaceports at 5. You have a spaceport press conference at 8 p.m. Yenzhou time. There will be a comprehensive live broadcast of this. Nanfeng went on to explain the remaining work arrangements for today. including some fine-tuning of the schedule. "Boss, you only have 2 hours in the afternoon to eat and rest. I'll make sure this time stays clear of anyone or anything. Make the fullest of the rest time as it will get very busy after that. Also, you will need to see the stylist before leaving for the events in the late afternoon." "I'll be heading out in the afternoon," Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng was taken aback but didn't press for answers. "Then, shall I arrange a car?" "No need, I will go out alone. You look after curly hair." Nanfeng understood that this was a private matter and Fang Zhao didn't want anyone following him. "All right." Fang Zhao wanted to head out alone in the afternoon and wasn't even bringing curly hair along. Nanfeng could only play games together with curly hair. After completing the morning's work and having his lunch, Fang Zhao drove away from the hotel in an inconspicuous car. As he passed the black street he had once lived in, Fang Zhao stopped his car for a bit. Afternoon sunlight passing through the crisscrossed installations from above resulted in fragmented spots of light hitting the bottom of the black street. A group of children playing around enviously eyed the flying cars above that were taking off. "My mom says that we'll be in the next batch to relocate. My dad said it as well. Our entire family will be moving. I heard our new home has vast grasslands. It won't hurt to fall down there." The group of children shrieked excitedly and discussed whatever information they each heard. Fang Zhao smiled and drove off. He soon arrived at the Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs and walked into the cemetery. Before we put this story to an end, I would like to thank and a big shout out to my loyal subscribers and viewers to this manhwa. Thank you for your continued support, cheers. Now to continue. The cemetery guards here were already accustomed to the sight of Fang Zhao. They wouldn't necessarily recognize the really popular celebrities, but they definitely knew Fang Zhao very well. The first time they saw Fang Zhao here, the cemetery guards had thought that he was a dangerous person. Afterwards, as Fang Zhao became increasingly popular, many of Fang Zhao's songs were stored in their individual music playlists. They had also watched Founding Era, which Fang Zhao had acted in. However, their deepest impression stemmed from Fang Zhao visiting at least once every year. However, on such a day and at this time, why had Fang Zhao come over? He was the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Program and was definitely really busy right now. Furthermore, he would have officially been invited to participate in the activities today. Why had he come over to the Cemetery of Martyrs at a time when the entire world had their attention of the first batch of outer space immigrants? Because it was such a special time on a special day, the cemetery was practically devoid of tourists and people paying their respects. It was empty and very quiet. There was a routine ID verification and registration. The guards on duty were curious and asked Fang Zhao, "Why have you come here today? Looking for inspiration again?" Fang Zhao nodded with a smile but didn't say anything else. "All right, you musicians are indeed different from the masses." Fang Zhao walked past many other gravestones and arrived at his own. He brushed away the fine dust on the gravestone and sat down before it. If each gravestone was a star, that era would also have been resplendent. The exhausting rhythm of despair seemed to have been a very long time ago. Fang Zhao looked up at the azure blue sky as if his gaze could see through the atmosphere towards faraway stars. For the countless stars in the vast universe, everything that happened wasn't new to them. Dynasties rose and fell. Golden ages came and went. Life and death meant nothing to them. This planet beneath his feet was but a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Only people who had lived on its surface would know its importance. But now, humankind had already flown out from this little rock. "Take off," Fang Zhao muttered. In the distance, ships were leaving, and the hums of engines gradually died down. At the space station orbiting Earth, huge transport crafts berthed at the side were about to embark on a voyage to faraway destinations. More and more people would forget the scars of those arduous 100 years. No longer would they have to worry about another apocalypse. Perhaps one day in the future, everyone would forget this planet that had nurtured countless human lives. The scars of those 100 years would only exist in the dust-covered annals of history. Maybe in the distant future, those 100 years would just be summarized in a simple sentence. Or perhaps, there would be people that would remember the resplendent stars of that era on certain dim and starless nights. However, the era belonging to us has finally passed. I came from the past, and I belong to the past. Fang Zhao sat there in silence for quite some time. Finally, he got up and gazed at the rows of ash-colored gravestones before turning to leave. In the hotel room, Nanfone was playing games with curly hair. From time to time, he would glance at the electronic clock at the side. "Boss, hurry up and return. We have to get you stage ready." End. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.